Reds trying to get up on the White Sox early in the first of two. Well, this catching tandem, Flowers behind the plate in game number 1, and Giovanni Soto. Soto the better of the offensive catchers, and Flowers the better defensively, and knowing that the Reds would try to run, that's why he's in there today. Short lead for Bird as Ramirez tries to keep him close. That's a little low. 2-1. Up.
Well, both swings and misses in this at bat have been on that changeup, and that's his pitch of choice to a fastball hitting left-handed hitter. Bruce has yet to be able to figure that pitch out, and you can see him really swinging big right there. Maybe now's the time to try to make contact, get a little base hit like Frazier did, and shorten up your approach.
Setting up down and in, that misses inside, and we'll go full 3-2. And you mentioned changeup, Chris. There's probably no pitching coach in all of baseball that believes in the changeup more than Don Cooper.
Well, I played minor league baseball with Don, and he's always had a good grasp of changing speeds, adding and subtracting, and he preaches that to all of his guys.
3-2. Bruce sends it foul past Billy Hatcher down the first base line. Hatch in the first base coach's box for the Reds as usual, and Jim Riggleman in the third base box for the Cincinnati Reds. There's the Hatch man. Try it again, 3-2. Guy who hasn't gone deep in games, Noesi already at 20 pitches in this first inning. He got it.
Well, if you're looking at the sequence and trying to get along with Hector Noesi, what you're seeing is fastball, changeup. And the last foul ball that was rocketed down the first baseline foul was a changeup, and here you see how late he is on that fastball. So Noesi right now adept at adding and subtracting and kind of getting the hitters off the speed that way.
So 2 away now after the 2 strikeouts, still with a walk and the base hit, 2 on, and here comes Brandon. He's got an average over 300 now. Outstanding in the month of May at 455, and the Reds' best hitter with runners in scoring position at 345. He's got one out there now. And also traditionally, we've seen it, Chris, since he joined the Reds from the Indians, he's always played well in interleague play. 303 overall in interleague play, 19 home runs.
Well, he's swinging especially good right now. I mean, it's really nice to see Brandon. He came into camp lighter than he has been in the last few years. I think he's more mobile defensively. I think he's swinging the bat with more authority, too, as his wrist gets stronger and stronger. Of course, he had that thumb injury that had surgery on last year, and it just takes a while to come back. I don't think he liked that call from John Hirschbeck.
No balls, 2 strikes.
He's
to
been
Brandon.
clutch.
10 of those 14 runs batted in have come with 2 outs this year. Bird out there now for him at second. Hit pretty good, but almost in his tracks is Eaton. Backing up. He'll snare it, and that's it. So the Reds get 2 on in the first, but will strand a pair. Going to the bottom of 1. Cueto takes them out against Adam Eaton. Chicago White Sox club, 4th year managing for the White Sox. We go to the bottom of 1. Let's check his starting lineup. Leading it off will be Adam Eaton. Eaton in the leadoff spot. Melky Cabrera bats in the number 2 spot. It'll be Jose Abreu, last year's Rookie of the Year, hitting 3rd. Adam LaRoche behind him. Avisail Garcia will be in right, hitting 5th in the lineup. Gillespie, Ramirez, Flowers, and Johnson. That's your White Sox batting order for Game 1 of this doubleheader. And here's Johnny.
Now, Johnny, based on what he does during the day, and he's been a terrific pitcher during the day, earned run average during the day, lifetime for Johnny is 2.4. And that's why he is getting the daytime start here this afternoon. Numbers overall this year very good, even with a bad outing his last time out against the Atlanta Braves. Earned run average still at 2.7. I think there are a lot of pitchers around the league that would swap that out.
Slap down the left field line, curving foul. It'll be in the seats. No balls, 2 strikes to Eaton, who's in at an even 200. 26 years of age, Miami of Ohio product, solid player. The White Sox picked him up before last season, had a great first year with Chicago, trying to redo those numbers for this year. Off to an early struggle. Slaps this one into the corner. Long run, Bird. Can he get there? No. It's one hop off the wall, and Adam Eaton will have a leadoff double here in the bottom of the 1st inning.
Boy, Eaton just looked like he just slapped at that ball, and it kept going and going. You know, we hear so much about how the ball really carries at the U.S. Cellular Field that, no lie, I mean, that ball is up, yes, it's away, but that wasn't exactly a stay back and drive at the left field kind of swing, and it went one hop up against the wall.
So runner in scoring position as Bird bangs into the wall and gets it back in rapidly. And here's Cabrera. White Sox spent big in the offseason, $140 million of new contracts and free agents added to this roster, and they've struggled to get going early. They're 10-15 coming in. And whenever you change, not only did they add a lot of new people, gone is Paul Konerko and gone is Adam Dunn, both of them leaders in the clubhouse, so they're striving to get it all together. But they've got some potential power. Cabrera is certainly one of them. Melky with a homer and 10 knocked in. Against Cueto, he's had some success, 5 for 10 in his career. He's been the White Sox best hitter with runners in scoring position this year, over 400. That sneaks in under his arms, but inside for a ball, 1-2. Adam LaRoche, a big-time defensive first baseman, but now in a position where he's been DHing. He's in the on-deck circle after Abreu. That's lined into center over his Hamilton. He's got it. That'll get the runner from second to third easily. The speed of Eaton gets him there, so they advance a runner, and there's a runner at third with 1 out. Little things. That's what Robin Ventura is preaching before the game. Try to have productive at bats, and that's what Melky Cabrera does. Let's check your 4 defensive alignment for the Reds. Bird, Hamilton, Bruce in the outfield. Frazier, Cozart, Phillips, Negron at first for Joey Votto, who sits out Game 1 of the doubleheader with his 1-game suspension, and Pena behind the plate. Infield in for the Reds. And here is Abreu.
Yeah, the Reds have an interesting way of playing the infield in. They bring the 3 guys, first, second, and shortstop in right at the edge of the grass along here. And then you'll notice over by the third baseman that Todd Frazier is essentially going to hold the runner on third. And doing that, you really limit the lead that he can get. And a ball that may not be right at the fielder could still be a play at the plate if you can shorten up that lead to third enough. Now with Johnny Cueto ahead, no balls and 2 strikes, he's in command of this at bat. He's not worried about the man at third at all. He's thinking about getting a strikeout here against one of the better hitters in all of baseball.
Abreu with 16 runs batted in and 5 home runs. If there's been a problem for the White Sox, it's been getting the lead early, and the numbers tell the story. They have only 7 first-inning runs this year. That's the fewest, not just in the American League, but the fewest in all of Major League Baseball. Runner down at third now with one away. Slap to the right side. That'll be out of play.
You can see clearly the two different motives of the pitcher and batter here. Batter just wants to put the bat on the ball and get into the outfield. You think that Jose Abreu, with the power that he has, could just put a half a swing on a ball and get a sacrifice fly out of it. Meanwhile, Johnny Cueto is one of those rare pitchers that when he needs to add a little bit to his fastball, he can reach back and get it.
1-2. Foul down the third baseline. Try it again. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
That's hanging in there pretty good. Fouled off a fastball the other way. Goes ahead of the breaking ball a little bit there, but still was able to stay alive.
Chris, we watched it for so many years. When Griffey steps into the batter's box, it sounded different. When Abreu steps into the batting cage during BP, the ball sounds different. This kid has immense power and an easy swing at the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I'm not so sure how often the White Sox fans will see the infield being played in the first inning in an American League game.
And he's,
of course, the Reds have been in so many low-scoring ball games this year. It's really a page out of Tony La Russa's book. Of course, he managed here for quite a while in Chicago for the White Sox. But when he was managing the Cardinals, it always seemed that they never wanted to give you anything, any run at any point in the ball game, even in the first inning. And here the Reds are doing the same thing.
1-2. Did he go? No, says Pat Hoberg down at first base.
It's pretty good at bat right here this young man's giving Johnny Cueto.
You see why he's as good as he is.
That's what the umpire is looking for right there in determining whether he makes an offer at the pitch.
Two. And he hangs in there once again. Ninth pitch of the at bat coming up, including 5 foul balls.
And Cueto's thrown him about everything he's got. He throws essentially 6 different pitches if you include the little finger pressure on his fastballs.
Back to short, but off his foot, and he fouls off another.
Whew. That's got to be barking. I mean, that ball went out hard. Oh, that was off the ankle bone.
Comes Robin Ventura and Herm Schneider, the trainer for this White Sox club, right off the top of the ankle.
I'm not really sure why more hitters don't just automatically wear one of those.
Yep.
Why they wait until they get one off their ankle and it starts to bark and wakes them up at night, ice in it every day, and then you wear one for a couple of months. Going to hang in there. Now Johnny Cueto wants to be real mean about this.
Same place.
He throws him a sinker down and in again.
"16 pitches already for Cueto, 9 of them in this at bat alone." From the stretch is Cueto. Down the first baseline, long run, Negron. Can he get there? Yes, he does. Good job, Negron. And they snuff out finally Abreu.
Well, that's what you do when you put a utility infielder to pick up at first base when your regular guy's not available. Negron is the second fastest player on this Red squad, and he got under this ball, got over there to the fencing by the stands. Lickety split, made a play that a lot of first basemen wouldn't even get to.
There aren't many that would have gotten there. So important second out. The Reds can drop the infield back, and they were overshift on LaRoche. Adam at 212, 3 homers, 10 knocked in. One of the big offseason acquisitions, and Robin Ventura's tough job is to try to get him some games at first, and he's an outstanding defensive first baseman and at bats at the same time. He is the everyday designated hitter. Ball 1. That misses inside, 2-0. That's a strike.
It's kind of funny that they would sign LaRoche, bring him in here. He won a Gold Glove in 2012, and they tell him he's going to be the DH when he's clearly a superior defensive player to Jose Abreu.
Well, I guess they figure from a balance standpoint, he replaces the left-handed power of Adam Dunn.
Well, you got them both in the lineup.
Yep.
That's where you play them on defense.
Yep.
LaRoche is playing the bench when the team is in the field.
And Adam says it's been an adjustment. And speaking of Adam Dunn, he's a guy like Adam Dunn. Dunn never liked the DH when he played with the Reds. In the American League, he had to. It's a mental approach that you have to completely change the way you look at every game when you've been an everyday player on the field.
And maybe they figure the veteran LaRoche has a better and easier way of doing it than Abreu.
3-1. That's ball 4.
Well, they're working Johnny over a little bit this inning, even though they haven't gotten any runs in. They're making him sweat.
And here comes Garcia. Good year for him, 319, a homer, 9 knocked in. Been solid. One of the few players in this lineup that has been solid with runners in scoring position, hitting over 300. Came over from the Tigers organization, and boy, he has shown not just offensively but defensively what a fine player he is.
Hey, big dude. I mean, he may not even be fully grown yet. He's only 23, 6'4", 240.
Popped up. Can Negron get to this one? Edge of the railing, and he does. Well, thanks to Christopher Negron, Johnny Cueto dodges a bullet here in the first. We're still scoreless. To the second we go. Pena leads it off. Storylines brought to you by Elkin Serious Lawyers for Serious Injuries. Two ends of the spectrum right here, Chris. The Reds, you know, have struggled in interleague play, and of course they're 3-14 against the White Sox. But the White Sox have always been one of the best.
Well, against the Reds, they've been outstanding. They've been good overall, 4th best in the major leagues. And the Reds, for some reason, year in and year out, have a hard time doing that.
Pena swinging at the first pitch, slices it foul down the right field line and into the seats. The Reds are 1-9 at U.S. Cellular Field, and 3-14 overall against this White Sox team. First time the Reds have been here since 2001. That's wide. Pena in at 306, no homers, 3 knocked in.
Well, that was one of the things we talked about, George, as we sized up this ball club, the Reds that is, for 2015. And it was improved in interleague play. Last year, the Reds played 20 interleague games and they won 6. So you are just trying to push a rock uphill against the rest of the league when you have to make up that much ground when you're 6-14 in interleague play. And we're not going way back in history now and talking about the teams, back in the early 2000s. We're talking about last year's team. And a group that has been together for a long time have to figure out how to start getting it done when they get into the other league.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And again, just like in the National League, the strength of the American League is in the Central. I mean, you got the Tigers, the Royals, this Chicago White Sox club, teams that are pretty formidable.
Well, and all the teams in the National League Central Division are going to be playing all the teams in the American League Central. So it's not like you're playing different teams. Reds, of course, will have a home and away series against the Indians like they always do for the Battle of Ohio.
Dribbles down to second under the diving effort of Johnson, so it's a base hit for Pena. So the Reds get their 3rd base runner of the first 2 innings. A leadoff hit from Pena. Here comes Zach Kozar. Good to see him back in the lineup. He'd been out of the lineup with a pitch that he took on the left wrist and a ball that he took off the finger on his right hand, and he said the finger's pretty good. The left wrist still a little barky, but he's back in the lineup. In overall at 304. Had a good month of April, even a better month of May. 500 this first week of May. That's hit hard down to short. Bobble, they'll get 1 on to first, won't be in time. The bobble by Ramirez prevents them from turning what looked like a tailor-made double play ground ball. These are 2 of the best shortstops that didn't win a Gold Glove last year. Both Ramirez and Kozar, outstanding defensively last year. Neither one won the Gold Glove. Both finalists in the Gold Glove tabulation. Kozar's down at first, and here's Schumacher, the designated hitter in Game 1. That's slap foul. Skip overall 160. Still looking for his first run batted in this young season. Negron on deck, hitting in the 9th spot with the designated hitter in effect.
Well, he really has not had an opportunity to get into any kind of groove at all. Like a lot of extra guys coming off the bench, Schumacher hasn't had much playing time. He only batted 1 time in the entire series the Reds were in Pittsburgh. He did get a couple of starts in Atlanta.
One of the eternal debates, and we've heard it again this year, about the DH against the American League, National League battle, and without the DH, tougher to get people in the lineup. But I remember Whitey Herzog always said, in the National League, my job is to get my bench players 10 or 12 at bats a week. Find a way, either pinch hitting and then double switch them into a game and give them a start. If you do that, you get to the end of the season, you got maybe 200, 250 at bats.
Yeah, but Whitey Herzog was managing back before the salaries are so stratospheric as they are now. And you're more reluctant to sit a guy who's making $15 or $20 million because you're paying him, whether he sits or plays. And I think that's one reason why it's more difficult to get those extra players in. Managers are more reluctant to sit them because the general manager wants to know, hey, why is this guy on the pine when we're paying him all this money?
You're right. It's not necessarily the managerial decision, but the organizational decision that comes down from upstairs. Strikeout number 3 for Noesi, and here comes Negron. But the other side of that is you need those at-bats to be a productive player. You can't have 100 at-bats and expect the bench guy to be effective.
And the everyday player needs some time off.
Yep. Here's DeGrom in at 118. That breaking ball drops in there for a strike.
Hey, one thing you notice early on about Noesi is the fact that his fastball's got a little hop on it. He gets it up in the zone, and he threw it by Hamilton a couple of times in that at bat. He threw it by Jay Bruce in his at bat. He just threw it again by Schumacher. Of course, those were all lefties that he ended up getting on the fastball.
From the stretch, Noesi with Cozart down at first. You and I had a chance to talk to Don Cooper before the game, and we remarked about the old adage that Ray Miller had: work fast, throw strikes, change speeds, as a pitching coach. And the bottom line of that was, Cooper said, well, I'll amend that. I believe in throw strikes first. Strike one is important. And Noesi so far, 7 of 9 first pitch strikes.
And Reds hitters ought to take note.
Did you think maybe Atlanta took note against Cueto the last time out in Atlanta when they hopped on? It seemed like every first pitch.
Well, I think it was just an off day for Johnny. And I also think the balls are falling in that normally did not fall in earlier in the year. I mean, his batting average against balls in play with Johnny Cueto is really, really low this year. So he's bound to have a few fall in from time to time. But yeah, I think there are certain pitchers in the league you don't want to get behind the count on, and Cueto should be on that list.
Here's the 1-2. 4 of the first 5 run-scoring hits that the Braves had came on first pitch swings. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Christopher Negron. Foul again. Late start here for game 1 of the doubleheader. The second game will come half hour after the first game, or at 6 o'clock. It'll be Jason Marquis against Carlos Rondon, a young left-hander for the White Sox, who was one of the top draft picks of just a year ago. Tomorrow, the final game of the series, Michael Lorenzen goes for the Reds against John Danks, the veteran left-hander for the White Sox. In the dirt, Cozart thinks of going and then has a second thought and heads back to first.
One thing it looks like the White Sox are aware of is the fact that the Reds have been running wild. And I'm not just talking about Billy Hamilton. I'm talking about really everybody up and down the lineup, including Zach Cozart, who's got average to just a step above average speed. But Noesi is holding the ball different periods of time. I mean, he's really making sure that he doesn't get lazy here and give up an easy stolen base.
Hicks away. That'll get Cozart to second. Base hit can get the Reds on the board. The count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. DeGrom still looking for his first pitch. His first hit with a runner in scoring position. 0 for 7 coming in.
Boy, you do all that work as a pitcher to hold the runner on. You're changing the times you hold the ball. You're looking over your shoulder. You're stepping off. You're doing all those things. And you throw a ball in the dirt and the guy gets a second anyway.
Wild pitch. Another full count, the 4th in the first 2 innings for Noesi. And we'll have runners at first and second. Back to the top of the order, Billy Hamilton. Second walk issued by Noesi, so 2 on for the second straight inning for the Reds. And here comes Billy, who struck out first time up. Good speed at second in Cozart. Outstanding speed at first in Negron. An uncharacteristic first pitch ball for Noesi on this afternoon. Bird on deck for the Reds. Hit right back off the pitcher. Ramirez falls and the bases will be loaded. If he was able to get to it cleanly, he may have had a chance for the force at second. No chance to get Hamilton, but it'll go as a base hit for Billy.
I'm not sure what was louder, the crack of the bat or the ball going off the backside of Noesi. He tried to get his glove up and may have got him right on the belt.
Right by the hip. Take a look, real speed. Right above the hip. Herm Schneider out for the second time in 2 innings to check him out. Boy, Chris, we've known Herm for a lot of years. He came up in the Yankee organization just like you. He's trimmer than we've ever seen him.
He sure is.
37 years as a trainer, been a fixture here in Chicago. That's a tough side too, Chris. That's his right side, push off side.
They're going to give him a few pitches to throw. That's an old kidney shot right there.
Yeah.
Well, you know, each team is allowed to add one player to their roster when you have a scheduled doubleheader like these two teams have today. So the Reds have 26 on their roster. They brought up Pedro Villarreal, an extra pitcher. Only for game 2, I understand.
Right. It's a tricky area, Chris. You got, the hip area, and then right up above it, you've got your side muscles, your adductor muscles, and then, as you pointed out, even more importantly, you've got the kidney area.
Well, he's out of there.
Yeah,
that's all.
They're not taking a chance.
He says that's it. He goes, it just hurts too much. I'm sure he doesn't know a whole lot about anatomy, but he knows that side is hurting right now.
Scott Carroll had gotten up and started to loosen. They're going to call him in right away. It's a shame for Noesi, and we hope it's nothing serious, but Herm Schneider and the White Sox will not take a chance. He's heading back in. So while the pitching change takes place, we'll take time out for these messages. You're watching Reds Baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. Time for our Skyline Chili
Chicago. Hector Noese leaves the game, so plenty of time to warm up for the new pitcher, Scott Carroll. This is a very rarefied doubleheader, and even more rare when you talk about facing an American League team in a doubleheader. June 5th, 1999, the Reds took both games at Kansas City. And then speaking of Hector Noese, June 22nd of 2011 versus the Yankees, the team split a doubleheader, and Noese gave up 6 earned runs in just an inning and 2/3 in game 1 there. So doubleheaders against Cincinnati, the guy has not had much luck. And George and Chris, we were scouring through the old schedules. Back in the old days when they used to schedule doubleheaders, the last scheduled doubleheader for Cincinnati, September 17th, 1987 at Dodger Stadium. That was a scheduled doubleheader.
What was it, Chris? Was it last year or the year before we had that doubleheader in San Francisco where we had the rain out in Cincinnati? We had to go there, and the Reds were home for one for one game, and the Giants were home game for the other.
That was an odd one. You know, going back to that doubleheader that the Reds had in New York that Jim Day was talking about, Johnny Cueto actually won that ball game. He was a winner in that game. It was 10-2, and that was a game in which Noese gave up 6 runs, yes, but the star of the game was Chris Heisey.
Yep.
Heisey, if you remember, had 3 home runs that day.
Hey, JD, it's your first trip to the new Comiskey to Cellular Field. What do you think?
It's okay, George. The sight lines are a little weird. I hear some complaints about the upper deck. I know they've done some things to try to alleviate that, but man, it's awfully steep up there. If you lose your footing up there, look out. You might tumble a long way. But it is interesting to get, when you get in a cab here, you're used to saying, hey, take me to the stadium, and they take you to Wrigley Field. You got to make sure, all right, going to the south side here. Going to U.S. Cellular, please. So it's much different, but very nice to come here.
It's like the old Sparky Anderson story in New York when he went out of the team hotel and said, take me to the stadium, thinking he's going to Shea Stadium, and they took him to Yankee Stadium his first time in. You got to be specific. Not often the Reds come to this side of town. Here's Scott Carroll, who takes over. Carroll, a 30-year-old, originally signed by the Reds way back when, Chris?
Well, 2007 draft, he was a 3rd-round draft pick. 6'4", 215-pounder from Kansas City.
And here's Marlin. Bird walked his first time on a 3-2 pitch. Bases loaded for the Reds with 2 away here in the second. That's strike 1.
So Carroll came in. He was starting to warm up in the bullpen right after the injury to the Noese. And then as soon as Noese left the mound, Carroll came in and warmed up the rest of his warm-ups on the main field. And it's the only time in baseball you see that happen is when a pitcher leaves because of an injury. It's kind of a weird thing to have to warm up in front of the other team's bench.
Down to third. Tricky hop, but held on to by Gillespie. So the Reds will leave 3 more on. They've left 5 on through 2. We're still scoreless. Season long in 2015 with MLB.com At Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At Bat is up to the moment, at any moment, with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replays, reviews, radio broadcasts, statcasts, and a whole lot more. Get MLB.com At Bat for your smartphone or your tablet. Cueto back to the mound. Here we go to the bottom of 2. Connor Gillespie, Alexei Ramirez, and Tyler Flowers due up. Lengthy first inning for Johnny. Gets ahead with strike 1 for inning number 2. 24 pitches in that first inning for Cueto.
Gillespie coming off a pretty good year last year. He was a .282 hitter with 7 home runs and over 50 runs batted in. Former #1 draft pick for the Giants. Traded over here a couple of years ago in a minor league deal for Jeff Soptic.
And a .242 with a homer and 7 knocked in the early going of this year.
This guy was a crusher at Wichita State. I remember watching some college baseball back in those days. Very highly thought of prospect.
He sneaks that through on the right side for a base hit. Well, leadoff hitter on for the second straight inning for the White Sox, and here comes Alexei Ramirez. Final numbers on Noesi. Goes an inning and 2/3, 46 pitches, no runs, couple of hits, 3 strikeouts, and 2 walks. 1 wild pitch. Ramirez in at .202, no homers, 9 knocked in. Against Cueto in his career, he's 2 for 3. Outstanding, solid player, Alexei Ramirez. Another native of Cuba, and during spring training, he and Ryan Pena, Aroldis Chapman. There's a line drive to left. Here comes Bird. He's got it. And the runner retreats to first. 1 away. Interesting, though, Chris, you talk about the nature of Cuban baseball and more Cuban players coming. Alexei Ramirez knows a lot about Manny Minoso. He plays for the White Sox, and Manny was always around here. But there are so few Cuban-born players, and I asked Alexei if he had talked about Manny with some of the Reds players, and he said a little bit, but not a lot. But what a great legacy Manny Minoso left for not just Cuban players, but for all of baseball. On the north side, it was always Ernie Banks, let's play 2, and the big smile on his face. Here on the south side, same story. Manny was one of the brightest lights you'd ever come across. We lost him earlier this year. So in the last year, it's been rough for Chicago legacy. That's a broken bat off the foot for a foul ball. You lose Ernie Banks, you lose Manny Minoso, and also Doug Buffone, who was a tremendous player for the Bears and worked in our business and radio and TV for so many years. Just a lovable guy. So 3 great names in Chicago sports passing this year.
Didn't Manny Minoso play in 5 different decades here for the White Sox?
They tried to do it for 6, but they wouldn't let him do it.
I mean, 5 different decades.
Always around the ballpark. Always a smile on his face. No balls, 2 strikes to Flowers. Reds double play depth, middle of the infield with 1 away. I mean, the Reds are blessed because we've had so many Big Red Machine members and other people through Reds history that the Castellini group continues to bring back on a regular basis. 1990 team, just a small example of that. That's a strike on the corner, and that'll take care of Flowers. Strikeout number 1 for Cueto. 2 away.
I'm not so sure Flowers really saw this ball very well. I mean, he was bailing just slightly, but that little breaking ball, a little over the top slider right there, right at the knees. Boy, with the collapse of that backside, I'm not sure there's a whole lot he would do with that pitch anyway.
Johnny has the effect on you, doesn't he? There's Micah Johnson in at .284, no homers, 2 knocked in. Showing bunt, that's a foul ball.
Johnson's a guy that is from Reds country. He went to Park Tudor High School in Indianapolis, Indiana. Then he went to University of Indiana, where he played college baseball for the Hoosiers for a couple of years. Red Sox homegrown talent here. He drafted in the 9th round of 2012. In fact, he took online classes last year so he could end up getting his degree.
Slap foul the other way, and it's 0-2. Cueto ahead in the count here. Count for Johnny up to 37 pitches, as already the White Sox have fouled off 13 of Cueto's pitches, led by Abreu in that 10-pitch at bat in the first. That's misses just wide on the outside corner.
Well, you know, the White Sox are a little bit like the Braves in as much as they can really throw a lot of left-handed hitters at you if they want. They've got 4 lefties in the lineup, plus a switch hitting Cabrera.
1-2. That's a call, strike 3. Cueto back-to-back strikeouts, both of them looking. Micah Johnson retired. We're going to the 3rd for the Reds. Frazier will lead it off. The Giants at Great American Ballpark as part of Super Saturday's first 25,000 fans in attendance will receive a Johnny Bench Stars of the Queen City bobblehead presented by John Morrell. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS. Visit select Kroger locations or reds.com/tickets. Here's Frazier, single to right, first time up. We'll lead it off as we go to the 3rd. No runs, 3 hits for the Reds. They've left 5 stranded in the first 2. No runs, 2 hits for the White Sox. Carroll working all from the stretch. Delivers to Frazier. That's inside for ball 1. Well, we wondered as the inning ended and Micah Johnson was barking at John Hirschbeck behind the plate, and Hirschbeck looked at him and pointed to go back into the dugout. He did, but then Hirschbeck motioned to the bench to be quiet, and as it turned out, if Frazier gets plunked on the shoulder, he'll march down to first. And now, after momentarily, when first take another look at this, that'll just clip him on the elbow. But the hitting coach for the White Sox, Todd Steverson, has been ejected from the game after arguing from the bench. Finally, Robin Ventura came out after Steverson came out and jawed back and forth with Hirschbeck, and now we understand that Steverson has been ejected. So following the Micah Johnson call, third strike, Steverson ejected, and the Reds have the leadoff hitter on here in inning number 3. There goes Frazier, and he'll easily steal the bag. Number 4 for Frazier. Well,
now this is what happens when you
attack.
don't pay attention to the scouting report, because Todd Frazier has done this an awful lot, where he just takes a very small lead, he puts the pitcher off guard, looks over his shoulder, sees about 2 feet of a lead, and doesn't even worry about him. And next thing you know, Frazier's got a running start the second. Boy, it changes the entire inning too. I mean, if you're pitching in a situation like that, and you're Scott Carroll, you're thinking now, you were thinking about trying to get a ground ball double play, but now you're thinking really about a strikeout.
34 of 36 are the Reds in stolen bases thus far this year. 4 for Frazier. Down to third, gloved by Gillespie, and they'll get the out at first.
How about that? The only time that Jay Bruce hits the ball the other way, you got a guy standing there, and you only have a guy standing there because the third baseman really can't go into a shift because you have a runner at second base. You got to save that swing with nobody on.
Instead of a double, it's a ground ball out, runner at second, 1 out, and here comes Brandon Phillips. Fly to center to end the first.
The other part of that swing is, don't you want to get the ball on the right side and move the runner over to third?
Productive at bats. That's a strike.
Brandon didn't like that, so John Hirschbeck must feel like he's doing a great job behind the plate. Everybody's angry at him. You know you're doing well.
And the dirt smothered by Flowers. Frazier turns around, checks where the outfielders are in left, center, and right, and with 1 away, measures his lead off second. Johnson trying to keep him as tight as he can. Off the foot. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
You know, Scott Carroll comes under the category of one man's trash is another man's treasure. The Reds had him in their organization. They drafted him out of college, and then he was 22 years old when he signed, and he proceeded to play about 6 or 7 years in the Reds minor league organization before they released him in July of 2012. He went to their AAA, White Sox that is, and ended up starting a bunch of games for him last year, not having all that bad of a year, and finds himself in the big leagues in the bullpen this year.
Played for Joel Skinner down in Charlotte. Two balls, 2 strikes. Phillips trying to get the Reds a lead and a run in. Goes through the signs 3 times. Here's the 2-2. Hanging in there is Brandon. Circle. The Reds trying to get to Carroll here in a second. If he joined us late, Hector Noesi had to leave the game after being hit by a line drive in the back off the bat of Billy Hamilton. Left with a lower back contusion. Carroll has taken over here out of the bullpen. Missing down and away, and we'll go full 3-2. On a day where you already have a doubleheader, you know your bullpen can be tested, and the White Sox already dipping into it here in the 2nd and 3rd innings. 3-2. There goes Frazier. Has dribbled in front of the plate. We'll have a play only. Frazier's coming home. Here comes the throw to the plate, and he's going to be out. Frazier trying to pick the pocket of Flowers, but good alert play by Flowers, who bounced back to cover the plate. The throw from Abreu in time, and it's a 2-3-2 double play. Go to the bottom of inning number 3 to enjoy a cold one. Look forward to Miller time later in today's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Not often you see it, Chris. 2-3-2 double plays. Frazier tries to pick the White Sox pocket.
I think it was a heads-up play by Frazier. It was also a heads-up play by Abreu at first base and the catcher. I mean, Abreu's got to come up and throw a strike right there, because a bad throw maybe to the foul territory side on the first base side, and he would have been safe. But now that he's got the ball, there's no way that Frazier's going to get to the base before that tag is on him. And you don't do that play unless the second out was made at first base. So Frazier had that going for him. And,
good idea.
I like that kind of aggressive base running. I really do.
After the Reds had stranded 5 through the first 2, Frazier trying to make something happen. Final out of the inning. Here's Eaton back to the top of the order for the White Sox. He slapped one into the left field corner for a double in the first. fly ball by Cabrera and was left stranded there. That's a strike.
You mentioned that Adam Eaton went to Miami University in Oxford. He also went to Kenton Ridge High School in Springfield, Ohio. Now, if that sounds familiar to you, there are 4 pretty famous major leaguers that came through that high school. Of course, the Reds had Dave Burba for a while there. They also had Dustin Hermanson, Rick White, and now Adam Eaton.
The White Sox have brought in former #1 stolen base operative of the St. Louis Cardinals and other teams, Vince Coleman, on this coaching staff, basically more than anything else to work with Adam Eaton about making him the best base stealer he could be. As another ball hit hard down to the first baseman, Negron. 2 quick outs, first unassisted, then the 3-1 put out. Cabrera retired, 2 away. And there weren't many base stealers that were better than Vince, Chris.
Well, you're right. I got to relive the 17 pickoff throws to Vince Coleman with him today down there, and he remembered that.
Great memory.
He also remembered you, George, putting it all together when you were hosting the sports show and putting them all together and hanging me out to dry on it. He stole the base, by the way, on the 18th.
Yes, he did. Dick Williams will never forget that.
You know, Vince Coleman is not a full-time coach for the White Sox. He can come and go really as he wishes, and he only comes in on games he wants to see. But the reason he's here is to watch Billy Hamilton. He got phone call after phone call all spring long. People asking him, well, what do you think about Billy Hamilton? Is he as fast as you are? And he said, well, I haven't seen him play yet, but I'm going to see him when he comes to Chicago.
Third pop-up snared by Negron, 0 for 3 in the 3rd inning. 7-pitch inning for Johnny Cueto. We like that. Every weeknight, don't miss MLB Whip Around on Fox Sports 1 with highlights, instant analysis, live look-ins from around the league. MLB Whip Around weeknights at 7 Eastern on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. There's Brian Pena, who will lead it off as we head to the top of the 4th. Cozart and Schumacher due to follow. Old adage, get them on, get them over, get them in. The Reds and the White Sox have all gotten them on. 9 on base so far. Nobody has crossed the place yet. Pena singled to lead off the 2nd, up for the 2nd time. Tripped him up with that one. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
That may be the reason why Scott Carroll is in the major leagues when he was not in the major leagues with the Reds, because he's come up with a really nice off-speed pitch. There it is again. Looks like he just falls in love with that changeup, and he's got great arm action. Sells it like a fastball, and he's been able to work it since he's come into this ball game with a couple out in the second inning.
Fastball in the upper 80s, a changeup in the mid 70s. There's one away on the ground out. Here's Cozart, bounced into a fielder's choice first time up. Last night, Tigers beat Kansas City, and today they're playing again. They're at the top of the heap in the American League Central. They've been trading spots in first place a half a game each day. The Reds at 14-14 coming in. Start of play today. 7.5 back of the Cardinals, who won again yesterday. Down to third, past the diving effort by Gillespie. Here's Cozart around first, heading to second. No throw there, and he's got a 2-base hit. So Zach Cozart picks up his 5th double of the season, and the Reds have another runner in scoring position with 1 out.
Well, after a little bit of a time off with a sore wrist from being hit with a pitch, he has hit the ball extremely hard both times up. Another change up that he gets right about knee high and laces it down the left field line.
And here comes Schumacher, who struck out against Noesi back in the second inning. So Zach's in scoring position. Here goes Cozart. Here comes the no throw. They won't throw as it's dropped by Flowers.
Hey, the Reds are taking great pride in what they've done as far as preparation in setting up the stolen base. It's no longer just about Billy Hamilton, where you have one elite base stealer and that's it on the team. If you've got a guy that can run average or maybe a step above average like Zach Cozart, and he gets a good jump, and you feel like the pitcher is slow and deliberate or not likely to throw to a base to pick you off, you take advantage of it.
In the dirt with the infield in, blocked by Flowers. And Chris, I mean, it's not a simple process. I mean, everyone on this coaching staff, I mean, and also, I mean, you look at the video side of it from the Reds front office down to the coaching staff, and there are a lot of people involved in that process.
Well, this one is really specifically falls on the lap of Mike Stefanski. He's the guy that assimilates all that information and then puts it in report form. And you're right, he does get information from a lot of people around the organization. You've got video that you have to get, and you've got some numbers you may have to delve into, minor league numbers and so on certain players. Like Scott Carroll would be a good example of that. But I mean, somebody's got to sit around and watch that video and come up with a plan. And Stefanski right now is the man that assigned to do that. He's got to be very happy with the way things have worked out.
Tagging up at third is Cozart. Good arm out in right field. Here comes the throw to the plate, and he is out. Another runner cut down at the plate by the Reds on a great throw by Javi Garcia. This outfield has good arms, and there's one right at the top of the list. Garcia nails Cozart. The Reds scoreless through the 4th. Another look, Chris. Great throw from the right field. And after this play, where one Reds runner, Frazier, cut down at third, the White Sox cut still another runner down at third. What a throw by Garcia.
Well, Avisail Garcia really cuts it loose, but on the money. And a nice little short hop pick by Flowers to be able to put the tag on Zach Cozart. The Reds have had 5 runners left on base. They've had 2 thrown out the plate, runners in scoring position in every inning. But it's a zip ball game.
And 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position so far are the Reds on this afternoon. There's a designated hitter, Adam LaRoche, who walked in the first inning. That's a strike on the outside corner, 1-1.
This guy, we've watched him for a long time, George, and he is hunting for a low fastball just about in every at bat until he gets a couple of strikes on him. A very good low fastball hitter. You man thought that one was a little bit down, and now he's down to count 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Great presence in the clubhouse and a good guy defensively. It's a big swing and a pop up to the left side with the shift on. Who's going to get there? Bird will call everybody off. A little snow cone, but he finally hangs on, 1 away. LaRoche is one of those who the Reds shifted on in his days in the National League, and they overshifted that time. So with Cozart pulled behind the second base bag, this is the vulnerable territory right here.
A little juggling act by Marlin that time.
Good job by Bird to get there, 1 away. And here's Garcia, gets a nice round of applause after his throw from the outfield. List the strengths of this White Sox club, Chris. I mean, just like the Reds, solid defense in the outfield. They've got pretty good outfield arms here.
They do. They really feel that they've got maybe one of the best outfields in baseball from that standpoint. Each of them are plus throwers out there. I've never really seen Garcia play or throw that much, but the one opportunity he has had on the day, he throws it right on the money at home plate.
Robin Ventura, solid defensive player at third in his day, and he tried to impress upon this club to do the little things defensively. And while they have struggled at the outset of this year, their outfield has not been a problem. And the other thing is their bullpen. I mean, their bullpen is big time. There's a looping fly ball to left. Here comes Bird. He's got it. Another quick inning. 7 pitches in the 3rd inning for Cueto. 8 pitches in this 4th inning. Still scoreless, though.
boy, he's had an active day already at first base, filling in for Joey Votto, suspended for this game. Now, a utility guy. Always like to ask the question, George and Chris, does he own a first baseman's glove? Well, the answer to that is yes, but with a little caveat. He's actually using Todd Frazier's first baseman's glove today because he doesn't have his own quite broken in to the point that he likes it. So he likes the way Frazier's glove feels. He travels 6 gloves, though. 1 infield glove, 1 outfield glove, his first baseman glove, and a backup for each. So that case is full when it comes to a utility guy like Christopher Negro.
JD's really impressed everybody in this organization since coming over from Boston after the knee injury and everything, the way he's come back from the minor league people in the Reds organization all the way to here. He's become a good teammate and so well respected, isn't he?
Oh, there's no doubt about that. I mean, he's a gamer. There's no question that he knows that he needs to start hitting more. It has been a struggle. They're trying to get him some at-bats to get him out of that slump. But anything you ask this guy to do, he will do it. And you guys have talked many times about his speed. It's underrated speed in there.
Strike one, fly ball to the left. Cabrera there, and there's one away. Back to the top of the order, Billy Hamilton. And Chris, you mentioned, and we both had a chance to talk to Vince Coleman before the game. And Vince, while he has not seen Billy Hamilton in person, he seeks out his games just to get a look at him. And I can remember when Willie McGee first came up and Vince was in St. Louis, and they spent a lot of time together. They became best friends, and of course before that there was Lou Brock in St. Louis that taught all of them how to steal a base. But you know, Vince set the record in the minor leagues. Billy bested that record. And I said, what's the biggest key? And he said, it doesn't have anything to do with legs. It has something to do with what you have inside. You have to be bold. You have to believe in yourself. You have to have confidence. And he said, what I see in Billy Hamilton is that confidence that you don't see very often.
Well, he does when he finally gets to first base. But right now, there's not a lot of confidence at the plate. And I think that part of the reason why is that Billy's been thwarted when it comes to trying to lay a bunt down, which adds another dimension to his game.
He's been in this spot too often, 0-1, 0-2. That takes the bunting game away from him. Wide to second. Just keeping the foot on the bag is Abreu, and Hamilton is retired 1 for 3 so far. Maybe part of the Major League Baseball All-Star action this summer in Cincinnati by visiting T-Mobile All-Star Fan Fest, world's largest interactive baseball theme park at the Duke Energy Convention Center. July the 10th through the 14th. Purchase your tickets now at allstargame.com. That's allstargame.com for your July experience, the 10th through the 14th. And they've had the All-Star game here. In fact, the very first All-Star game was here back in 1933. Archer Ward, the former sports writer here in Chicago, was the one who had the idea for the All-Star game. They had the 50th anniversary game here in 1983. Over the years, had some special all-star experiences here, and the Reds and Reds fans will have that same experience come July in Cincinnati. Strike one to Bird, swing and a miss, and it's 0-2.
Well, he set up that changeup very nicely with the first pitch fastball. Marlin had a good swing at the first pitch. But Carroll is deceptive with that changeup, especially a rare time when you see a righty on righty throw that changeup down and in. That's a pitch that's becoming more and more popular.
Fastball misses just wide. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 away. Bird on deck. Hit hard and through to the left side. So Marlon Bird has stretched his season-long hitting streak to 5 straight. The Reds have a 2-out base hit.
You know, it seems like Marlon understands the sequence that, and maybe it's Tyler Flowers back there that's doing this, but I mean, rarely does he back up a fastball with another fastball. He didn't do it with Noesi. He's not doing it now with Scott Carroll on the mound. It's fastball, changeup, fastball, off-speed pitch, fastball, off-speed pitch. So after the fastball, he comes right back with another changeup. He missed the fastball away here on an 0-2 count. And on 1-2, he throws a changeup, and Marlins right there to drop the head.
Around the stretch, here's Frazier in. Carroll last couple of years down at AAA with Joel Skinner and Richard Dotson. Speaking of that era of the White Sox in the 80s, Dot was an outstanding starter here in Chicago. He's now the pitching coach down at AAA. He's turned him from a reliever into a starter, and he's back in a relieving role here. Drilled hard to center field, but right there is Eaton. He'll haul it in, and the Reds will strand another runner. They've stranded 7 through 5. We are still scoreless. Most wins in interleague play since 2008, and Johnny B. Good's on that list, Chris.
I'm not sure what it is about Johnny Cueto being able to come over here and pitch in this interleague play. Maybe trying to prove to everybody that he can play in any league.
Our T-Mobile game changer, not only 12-5 overall, an earned run average of 2.48. He's been something else.
You know what would make that especially proud for Johnny Cueto is the Reds' dismal record in interleague play. So if you consider that Cueto is among the best pitchers win-loss record-wise in interleague play, and you got the Reds, one of the worst teams, that's like a Steve Carlton reference.
That's ripped into left, dropping it in front of Bird for a base hit for Alexei Ramirez. He hit it right on the button, a line drive to left first time up. And this time it drops for a base hit. So the leadoff hitter on for the White Sox for the third time in 5 innings. And here comes Flowers. Tyler struck out looking first time up. Good sized lead for Ramirez down at first. Big swing and a foul ball for strike one.
Flowers is hitting 186. So you're thinking, well, you're down at number 8 spot in the order. You got a left-hander coming up. Maybe Robin Ventura would be thinking about a sacrifice, but don't even think about it. They've only got 2 on the season.
Not American League Baseball, huh?
Well, you know, that was back in the days when they were scoring a whole bunch of runs. People would say, hey, you know, sacrifice kills your rally. Well, that's fine if there's going to be, you know, 11 runs scored in the ball game or 12 runs scored. But nowadays you're seeing more and more, both leagues, low-scoring, tight ball games. And, you know, a stolen base here, a sacrifice there, you get a runner in scoring position.
Just like a well-placed fastball, a well-placed bunt can fuel a rally. No matter what area you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, but if you're just sitting in the dugout and you're watching Flowers at bat against Johnny Cueto the first time up, I'm not saying he can't hit Cueto, but it was a mismatch, and now he's down 0-2 or 1-2.
That's a call, strike 3, and shaking his head and turning back to the dugout is Flowers. Same reaction he had first time.
Well, we like it so much we're going to make it our Cholula flamethrower, our hot sauce special right on the outside corner for Johnny Cueto against Tyler Flowers.
Cueto picks up strikeout number 3. 1 away, runner still at first, so the double play still in order. And here's Micah Johnson. He also struck out looking back in the second, and that precipitated an argument with the bench, and the end result, Todd Stevenson, the hitting coach, ejected from the game by John Hirschbeck, the home plate umpire. Hey, don't forget, after game number 1 of this doubleheader, we'll have our post-game show brought to you by Performance Kings Honda. And following each and every Reds game on Fox Sports Ohio, you'll get caught up on everything thanks to Performance Kings Honda. For a complete recap, interviews after every game, these 2 games included. And right after the post-game show, we'll have game number 2 of this doubleheader. Long day of work back in the brand new studio with Brian Giesenslaw and Jeff Picoro. Misses up and away.
Oh, George, long day work. They're back there this morning. They had coffee and donuts. Now they've got soda and
They'll
pizza.
Have pizza coming in.
They'll be ordering Chinese food about the 7th inning of the second game.
I can see it all on the desk right now. Yeah, that's you guys.
Maybe in Picoro's case, it'll be a big plate of pasta.
On top of the pizza.
You know, Cueto was called for a couple of balks. Once in Atlanta, a couple before that, and in the start before that. I'm not so sure, though, with the brand new umpire down there at first base, Pat Hoberg, that he is going to be looking at some of the same things some of the more veteran umpires are looking at.
And there's a bloop to short. Wow, did he saw him off?
Take that.
2 away.
Center fielder number 1.
And all of the balks have been called by veteran umpires against him. It's almost like they were looking for him.
Well, in order to call him, you almost have to be looking for him. Boy, trying to bring his hands in just so he can get some of the bat head on that ball, unsuccessful. Hurt so much he went to his knees.
2 away, back to Adam Eaton, who doubled in the first and bounced out to first in the third.
And the move we're talking about, I mean, most right-handers that have really good moves to first base are balk moves. Although Cueto has not been called for a balk in years until Angel Hernandez got him a couple of times.
And then Bob Davidson got him in Atlanta.
Yep.
That's a strike on the inside corner, and Eaton is in an 0-2 hole.
Eaton really is part of the reason why the Reds are seeing Carlos Rodon in the second game. Sounds funny, but it was a game against the Royals on April the 22nd that he grounded back a ground ball to Yordani Ventura, the pitcher. And then Ventura started shouting some profanities at Eaton. And the whole thing started a bench clearing brawl. As it turned out, Eaton was unaffected, but 5 of his teammates, including a manager, were ejected, and some have suspensions, and that's why the Reds are not seeing Jeff Samardzija in this series. And Chris Sale will pitch next week.
They're both unavailable, and of course, Joey Votto sitting out game 1 of this doubleheader after his 1-game suspension. 0-2. There goes the runner. It's pop foul. He had the base stolen. April 23rd was the date, Chris, and here it is. Look at the Ventura suspended for his actions. Eaton barking back at him. And before it's all over, both benches cleared, and look out. It's a bizarre couple of weeks for this White Sox team between that brawl and everything that transpired around it. There goes the runner again. High in the air. Who's going to take charge? Frazier will. And he squeezes it for the final out. 4 left on base for the White Sox. 7 left on base for the Reds. We're still scoreless going to the 6th.
Part of Super Saturdays. First 25,000 fans will receive a Johnny Bench Stars of the Queen City bobblehead. It's presented by John Morrell. For tickets, 513-381-REDS. Select Kroger locations or reds.com/tickets. I'm Jim Day. The Reds playing without Joey Votto, suspended today for this game, the first game of a doubleheader. Now, normally when you're suspended from a game, you are not allowed on the premises at all. In fact, last night he was going to leave the stadium because you physically have to leave, can't even be in the clubhouse. But a little different situation today. The Reds had to call the league office and make sure this was okay, because you can't expect a guy to just get out of the cab and go right to home plate and hit. So they were allowing Votto to arrive about 90 minutes before the game. He could not be here for the start of this game. But Joey Votto goes through a very extensive pregame routine. I imagine he is here about now and going through that routine about now. So they had to get a waiver, and it was okay with the National League office.
Good job, JD. It'd be good to have Joey Votto back in the lineup for game number 2. A jolt from Votto right here would be nice. A jolt from Bruce would be nice in a scoreless ball game. We go to the top of the 6th. Bruce struck out, grounded out, 0 for 2. Carroll from the stretch, 2 balls, no strikes. That's a bullet off the glove of Abreu into right. That'll be a base hit. So against the shift, he bounces one off the glove of Abreu, and the Reds have the leadoff hitter on here in the 6th.
Boy, hit it very sharply, did Jay Bruce. He could use a few of these.
About a week ago, it looked like the swing was right on. He was coming around, Chris, and this week had been a little bit under the weather, not feeling 100%. And these 2 10-game road trips taking a toll. And the good news for the Reds, after these 2 10-game road trips early, the schedule looks smiling on them later on in the season. Short lead for Bruce. Here's Phillips. Fly to right. And dribble one in front of the plate that turned into a 2-3-2 double play. Down the right field line, curving. It'll be foul and in the seats. Toronto beat Boston 7-1. Baltimore beat the Yankees 6-2 in games already concluded today. Kansas City came back to beat the Tigers 6-2. They'll get one at second, on to first, won't be in time. By the time Gillespie came down, that gave Phillips all the time he needed to make it to first. So it'll go as a 5-4 fielder's choice.
Nice play by Gillespie at third base on this one. He had to go to his right, and then he used the bag over there as a little bit of a push-off to get a strong throw to second base, but by the time they came all the way around the infield, Brandon Phillips, with a little extra pep in his step this year, beats it out.
So Brandon's on with one away, and here comes Pena, single to right and bounce to second. No runs, 6 hits for the Reds, 7 left on base already. No runs, 3 hits for the White Sox. They've left 4.
I think probably more than anybody else on this Reds ball club, Brian Pena has been here at this ballpark. Of course, he played for Kansas City, he played for Detroit. They came in here on a regular basis, and he has done in the course of his career quite well here. In fact, he's got a .339 batting average and 56 at bats here in Chicago on the American League side. And he's 1 for 2 today.
Contact hitter. If you get ahead in the count, might you put something on here in a game that has really found it very difficult to push any runs home?
Well, Scott Carroll hasn't struck out anybody yet. So if you have a good contact hitter and you have a contact type pitcher, that's a good combination.
A little bigger lead for Phillips down at first. It was the 1-0. Carroll's 5th inning of work. He came in for Hector Noesi, who left after an inning and 2/3. Hit by a line drive in the back, a lower back contusion on a line drive from Billy Hamilton. That's a strike, 1-1. Great to have you with us, George Grant, Chris Welsh, Jim Day. First of 2. Second game at 6 o'clock, or 30 minutes after game 1 is concluded. Jason Marquis set to go for the Reds in game 2. And the youngster, Carlos Rondon, for the White Sox. There goes Phillips. That's a bouncer through a base hit. Phillips going around second. He'll head to third, and it's first and third. So the Reds put a play on. And it works. First and third for the Reds with 1 out, trying to get a run home.
It worked even though there was reverse coverage by the White Sox, meaning the second baseman was not going over to cover the second base bag. The shortstop was. But because he was originally in double play depth, it opened a little bit of the right side right here, and you're going to see the ball dribble right in here. And Brian Pena picks up a hit. The Reds go first and third with 1 out. Another rally in which the Reds have a runner in scoring position. They've had plenty of opportunities here, and see if they can convert.
0 for 6 so far with runners in scoring position, and here's Cozart.
Squeeze!
Fouled off at the plate. Try something, the hit and run, then the squeeze, trying to get a run home.
You know, if the squeeze works on a situation where you have first and third and 1 out, you end up with a run in and a runner in scoring position. So it's not a bad idea at all, and the timing probably pretty good. That probably called by Jay Bell down there, the bench coach.
Jim Riggleman, the third base coach, leaning into Phillips as he marches off the bag again. Strike 1 to Cozart.
That's got Carroll thinking about it a little bit.
If you did it once, would you do it twice? Riggleman rolls through the signs once again as Cozart steps out. Ask him to go through it one more time.
You know, the squeeze is the kind of play that you can almost tell a team it's coming. And other than a pitch out, if you execute it, there's nothing you can do about it.
Fouled off 0-2. Jim Riggleman, veteran third base coach, bench coach, and minor league and major league manager, rolling through signs down at third. As usual, Billy Hatcher in the box down at first for the Reds. So now in a hole, 0-2 is Cozart. Down to short. They're going to try for two. Got one at second, on to first. Not in time, and the throw goes away. It'll go into the stand, so going to second will be Cozart. And the Reds will get a run out of it.
Designated hitter, number 55, Skip Schumacher.
So on a day when the Reds have had all kinds of runners everywhere, it takes a play like this to get a run home, Chris.
Well, credit Brian Pena for coming in here quite hard at the second baseman, Micah Johnson. Johnson looked like he may have just had a hard time getting that ball out of his glove and trying to make the turn at second, and there's Brandon with the only run of the game.
Reds finally get a run in, lead it 1-0. Cozart will go to second with two away, and here comes Schumacher. It'll go as a fielder's choice, 6-4, an error on the second baseman. Drill towards the alley. It will catch grass. Here comes Cozart around third. He'll score. Schumacher trying for second. He'll get in there, and Skip Schumacher has his first run batted into the season, and the Reds have a 2-0 lead. Solid line shot from Schumacher. Reds lead at 2-0.
First baseman, number 17, Christopher Negron.
So after stranding 6 through the first 5, the Reds have found a way to get something in. And here comes Negron with another runner in scoring position. First hit with a runner in scoring position for the Reds this afternoon. Negron walked and flied out, 0 for 1. It's 0-2. Carroll sitting on 51 pitches in his 5 innings of work.
Now the bullpen we mentioned earlier, George, is one of the real bright spots for the White Sox this year.
Go through the legs of Flowers down to third, and no one's picked it up yet, but staying right at third will be Schumacher. Flowers just couldn't find it, and finally Carroll had to yell at him where it went.
What happens usually when it gets by the catcher like that or bounces off somewhere, catcher has no idea where it is. He's looking all around, and everybody's yelling, there, there, there. And finally they have to point or say backstop in order to get it going in the right direction.
Wild pitch charged against Carroll, the runner at third with 2 away. Ball and 2 strikes to Negron. Almost another one. pitching coach for the White Sox, Don Cooper, one of the best in the business, Chris.
Well, he's reached the level of kind of pitching guru. If you talk to people around Chicago and players that he has coached, and just the general consensus of what people think about him during his tenure here.
Swing and a miss in the dirt. They'll get the out at first, but the Reds finally get something rolling. An error and a double, play 2. The Reds lead it 2-0 for Johnny Cueto as we go to the bottom of 6.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Cincinnati Reds and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
Two sides of Johnny Cueto, Chris. The Reds lead it 2-0, and that's usually where he is. He gets about 2 runs of run support in every game. He's got his 2 runs, and for him, 5 innings, 3 hits, no runs, a walk and 3 strikeouts. It is Johnny be good as usual.
Well, a lot more typical of Johnny today than he was his last time out against the Braves. You know, maybe he cut a deal with Jason Marquis, because Cueto comes into this ball game, you're right around 2 runs of support on an average this year. It was among the top or the worst 5 in all of the National League. Whereas Jason Marquis, who's pitching the second game of this twin bill, gets the most of anybody in the National League, over 9 runs a game so far, nearly 10.
And Negron's had a good game at first base. 3 pop-ups that he had to chase down in foul territory, and a couple of nice plays defensively. He took that tricky hop to turn it into an out. Those are the numbers for Johnny in the last 15 starts. It's been amazing, and he keeps you in a ball game time and time again. You talk about the way things started for Cueto. He had a 25-pitch first inning, and his first 2 innings, Chris, were lengthy in pitches, but since then he's gotten it under control.
Well, it's a matter of who can be more patient, the hitter or Johnny Cueto.
That's a good point.
And, you know, we say about there's some pitchers you don't want to get back in the count. They're behind in the count, too, and how the Braves are really attacking Johnny Cueto. Well, Cueto, one reason why is because he's got really 6 different pitches. When you start talking about cutters and sinkers and 4-seamers and, you know, change-ups and curveballs and sliders, all those pitches, but they're not like I only throw 1 or 2 of these a game. I mean, he spreads them out, and he can throw strikes with all of them. And that fastball can go anywhere from about 91 to 95 or 96 when he really humps up and wants something extra.
High in the air to center field. Hamilton back, warning track, got it. And that's a little gamesmanship from Johnny, too. You saw Pena go through the signs. He flashed the fastball away. Johnny shook him off, and then again he finally came back. That's what he wanted, the fastball away, but he used the shake-off And Abreu was thinking right with him that time.
Well, the other thing he did that Abreu may have been surprised about is that he did not go into his full windup. It was kind of an abbreviated windup where he just took a little step and throw. He didn't give you the big Louis T-out turn, and sometimes that can get you a little bit off your timing.
But 2 away, and here comes LaRoche. Walked and flied out. So Abreu 0 for 3. 2 pop-ups to the first baseman, and that fly ball to center field. It was impressive, Chris, around the batting cage today. The Reds, neither the Reds nor the White Sox had batting practice yesterday because of the rain, but I mean, they knew they're facing Johnny Cueto today, and talking to the White Sox and their players around the batting cage, they were looking forward to seeing him in person. Not so much that they wanted to play against him, but there's a great deal of respect, especially from the Dominican and the Cuban players.
No doubt about that.
That's a fastball on the outside corner. 3 balls, 1 strike to LaRoche. Adam has faced Cueto a lot, but in his career he's only 2 for 17 against him. That's a strike. A lot of first pitch strikes for Cueto, and only his second 3-ball count of the afternoon. That's a call, strike 3. Johnny takes care of business in the 6th. He's got a 2-0 lead. To the 7th we go. Top of the order due up.
NHL and NBA playoff action, plus highlights of all of today's MLB games. You can see Fox Sports Live tonight on Fox Sports 1 and simulcast on Fox Sports Ohio. And, of course, Fox Sports 1 had highlights of that Bulls-Cavs game last night. And the guy stepping into the batter's box right now saw it live. Billy Hamilton, as soon as this game was rained out last night, he bolted to the United Center. And despite the lateness of it, was able to get really good tickets. Now, George and Chris, this guy might have a camera operator in his future, because he showed me phone video. He shot Derrick Rose's final game, or buzzer-beating game winner. And I'm going to tell you, he was on it and had the wherewithal after the shot to slowly pan and get a crowd reaction behind him, and then pan back and get the reaction of the Bulls on the court. So it was something to see. And Billy Hamilton, well, you got to have connections to get tickets like that, and also benefited from a night off in Chicago.
Good point, JD. And the other guy who made his way over there because this game was rained out, Jerry Reinsdorf, who owns both the White Sox and the Bulls. You know where he was sitting last night, Chris?
I imagine he had pretty good seat.
Yep. Here's Billy, 2-0. That's a strike. And Normally that's a Carlton Fish statue outside the stadium. What do they got? This is the year if they're going to beat the Cavaliers, where they think they've got a chance with Derrick Rose back. That's Pudge with a Bulls jersey on. 2-point win for the Bulls last night. 3 balls and 1 strike. Billy on base once today, but that came on a line drive back through the middle off the pitcher Hector Noesi that knocked him from the game, and there was a runner on second, so he's not had the opportunity to try to steal today. Leading off here in the 7th, here's the 3-1. That's ball 4, and now we'll see what Billy can do. And Yeoman's worked so far from this reliever, Scott Carroll, who came in for Noesi with 2 outs in the 2nd inning. Sitting on 59 pitches out of the bullpen. Billy, 14 stolen bases out of 15 attempts, leading the National League. Here's Marlin. Bird stretched his hitting streak to 5 straight with a base hit to left in the 5th. 1 for 2 and a walk.
You know, it's worth noting where Jose Abreu is standing at first base, and he's a little bit closer to the bag now, but he's not putting himself in a position to be able to apply a tag to Billy Hamilton. It looks like that if Hamilton decides to run and runs prematurely, Abreu's got a little bit better throwing lane opened up by being in a step or 2.
Zach Putnam now up and loosening in the bullpen for the White Sox. The White Sox very cognizant of Hamilton and the Reds' philosophy. They've been varying their timing on the mound and also throwing over a lot here in this first game of the doubleheader. A little bigger lead for Hamilton. Not going. Down to 3rd, but foul. Well, the numbers, Chris, we've talked a lot about it over the last 2 years. Last year, it took him 42 games to reach 8 walks. This year, 26 games. That's the good news, but he has not walked. He had not walked in the last 11 games prior to this walk today. So that's something he's got to improve upon.
Well, it just being a little bit more patient. You got to also figure the teams are coming right after him. I mean, the main line when you go into a scouting meeting about the Reds is do not walk Billy Hamilton. Rule number 1. Rule number 2 is same as rule number 1. So that's one of the reasons why, you know, it's going to be more difficult for him to get free passes, because pitchers are just going to keep challenging him because you don't want to walk him any more than you wanted to walk Ricky Henderson or Vince Coleman or anybody else of that caliber.
Where Ricky, Vince, Brett Butler were so proficient at, though, was fouling off a bunch of pitches to give you extending at bat and eventually work a walk. Hamilton's still working on that. 1 strike delivery. They'll chase him back again.
The other part of this that is oftentimes overlooked is the guy at the plate. You know, when you got Billy Hamilton at first base, the best pitch to throw a runner out on is a fastball. So if you're a fastball hitter like Marlon Byrd is, standing in the box right here, you're thinking, hey, Billy Hamilton on first base ahead of me, I'm getting a whole bunch of number 1s coming my way.
2 balls, 1 strike. There goes Hamilton. Pitch out. The throw will be in the dirt. Even with the pitch out, they'll beat it. And is he all right? He got leaned on by Micah Johnson with his knee. Is he okay? It looked like he hit the head and the shoulder. See if Billy's okay.
Well, he did. He hit his left arm. It looks like he's holding his left biceps right there. And it's not from running into the bag. It's going head first into the leg. And you can see the shoulder right against the shin. The shin bone's a lot stronger than the shoulder bone. And Brian Price is out there having a simultaneous conversation with the second base umpire, DJ Rayburn, saying, well, could that be obstruction for Johnson not getting up immediately and allowing Hamilton to be able to move to third base on this play? He's hurt.
Yep.
That's not.
Looked like he twisted the left arm and shoulder as he tried to wriggle away from Micah Johnson.
Boy, that's sliding feet head first, you know.
Yeah.
I know that players feel like it gets them there a little bit quicker. It's been proven that it's not that much quicker. But you can certainly get hurt a lot easier going head first than you can feet first.
Remember the bet we used to have with Bip Roberts? You and I bet him a pizza every time he had four different hand injuries.
Yeah, that was about sliding into first base for Bip.
That's a collision. You can see it better at full speed, and you'll get an idea of exactly where he hits his arm and his shoulder here. But when you saw it full speed, you can see how forceful a collision it was.
Now, what Johnson is doing there about getting it in front of the base as he takes the throw is not illegal. You can't do that at home plate anymore, but you can do it at the bases.
Ball and one strike. You know, and back to the batter. I mean, Joey Votto put it about as well as you can. He said he's never had more protection in the lineup from anybody hitting behind him than he's had with Billy Hamilton hitting in front of him, with the amount of fastballs that you expect to get with Billy on base. You know, we talk about Vince Coleman being in the building and about stealing bases. And when he talked to Billy Hamilton before the game today, and as he was talking to him, Todd Frazier saw them talking. Frazier came over because, I mean, Frazier was a 30-30 guy last year, stolen base. He says, what's the one thing you can tell me? He says, steal third base more often. You want to be a big-time base stealer. You get the opportunity, take third. In the air to center. Eaton backing up. Billy will tag. He's coming. Here comes the throw. It will not be in time.
It's a strong throw by Eaton.
Yep. Well, they get the runner to third. With only one out, a productive at bat for Marlin, and he didn't miss this by much, Chris.
Yeah, Marlin jammed himself a little bit.
Eaton did about as much as you could in that situation to make it close, but with Billy's speed, he gets to third. In the early days of baseball, that was a sacrifice fly. Now, of course, you got to score a runner to make it a sacrifice fly, but it was a productive at bat. You see Billy still swinging that left shoulder and that left arm around. So a runner at third, that'll force the White Sox to bring the infield in, and here comes Frazier. Frazier single to right, hit by a pitch and stolen base and line to center. Hunting for RBI here. 2 runs, 8 hits for the Reds, no runs, 3 hits against Johnny Cueto of the White Sox. Carroll from the stretch. Jay Bruce on deck. Well, if nothing else, Carroll has saved his bullpen with his performance for Don Cooper. Run out of gas possibly now at 65 pitches.
Well, it could be a guy not used to that, but it also could be a little good old-fashioned pitch around right here.
Rocketed into the seats down the left field line.
Carroll's been pretty good on the day, and when he's coming inside the right-handers, he comes in and then off the plate to make sure that that pitch right there is not rocketed fair. Really tough spot to try to keep that ball fair when it's that far inside.
Here's the 3-1. That's ball 4. Well, here comes Bruce. Jay singled his last time up, 1 for 3. First and third of the Reds with Frazier down at first and Hamilton down at third.
Well, the White Sox do have 2 left-handers in the bullpen, but neither lefty is up and throwing right now. So that's not an option if you wanted to bring in a lefty to face Jay Bruce. A little surprised at that.
Putnam continues to throw.
that Bobby Thigpen down there?
Yep, that's Thiggy.
57 saves.
57 big ones.
Well, he knows a little bit about relief pitching.
Set the record of 57 saves with the White Sox and Jeff Torborg here in Chicago. He waves to Robin Ventura that Putnam is ready. So out comes Ventura. That'll be it for Carroll, who saved his bullpen on this day, and Putnam's on his way in. While the pitching change takes place, we'll take time out for these messages. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. Cincinnati Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio, being brought to you by Meyer. By your local Ford dealer. Ford, go further. And by Cincinnati Children's, ranking 3rd in the country on United States News and World Report's Best Children's Hospital. Now, welcome to the city of Chicago, where the Reds are not at Wrigley. They're on the other side of town, visiting the new Comiskey Park, U.S. Cellular Field, where the Reds, 2 runs, 8 hits, no errors. The White Sox, no runs, 3 hits, and an error. If you just joined us, Hector Noesi started for Chicago, was drilled by a line drive off the bat of Billy Hamilton, had to leave with a back contusion. Scott Carroll has come in to pitch into the 7th, and now with 1st and 3rd, here comes Zach Putnam, who takes over with Bruce coming to the plate.
Well, Putnam is a split finger pitch specialist. He throws very few fastballs, mostly splitters, and then the next best favorite pitch is a cutter. So if you're a lefty, you're pretty much going to see that splitter almost every pitch. But his fastball does, when he throws it, is around 90 miles an hour. But his go-to pitch is around 85, and we'll see if that is what his pitch of choice is to Jay Bruce.
1st and 3rd. Hamilton off 3rd, Frazier off 1st. There goes Frazier again. Ground ball down to 2nd. That'll get a run in. Well, without Frazier going, that might have been a double play as it turns in. Just an out at 1st. The Reds get a productive at bat, a ground ball to 2nd. And Frazier moving, and they've used the running game for benefit on this day. Hamilton scores, and the Reds lead at 3-0.
Well, the running game can help you in so many different ways. And it just goes to show you right there where you play a little small ball and are able to pick up an extra one there. Really still working that shoulder.
Chris, he plays hard and plays strong. He's not a big, strong guy, but collisions like that, and how often do you talk about it? We talk about the great base stealers. There's a shot down to 3rd, smothered by Gillespie, but he bobbles it and he'll have no play. So Phillips will be on, and that'll put runners at 1st and 3rd again with 2 outs.
Ball hit sharply by Phillips. Gillespie goes down and gets it, and he thinks he still has it, except it falls out of his glove, and by the time he retrieves Frazier's on third. Phillips is at first. The Reds continue the inning.
Well, let's see if the Reds can cash in again. Here's Pena, 2 for 3, 2 singles to right. That got him. And the bases will be loaded. Second batter hit by a pitch. Frazier in the third, and here Pena in the seventh.
Now this is the cutter that just kept cutting and cutting and cutting, and there's nothing that Brian Pena could do to get out of the way of that one. He tried. Tyler Flowers came out just in case Brian Pena, because he looked back at the pitcher, Zach Putnam, and didn't say anything to him. They gave him that look. He said, "What are you doing?" That's that immediate case of the goo you get when you get hit with a ball like that.
Automatic reaction. So here's Cozart. Cozart bounced into a fielder's choice, doubled, and then bounced into a fielder's choice on a 6-4 put out. But when Johnson's throw was in the dirt, got away from the first baseman Abreu, the Reds' first run scored. Base hit here could play 2 for the Reds. Good base speed for Cincinnati. And just to close out the Billy Hamilton saga, Chris, Lou Brock he was not a head first slider. He was a feet first slider.
Nobody was back in those days.
And he said part of it, Ricky Henderson was, but he had big, strong hands and forearms.
Well, he was well after Lou Brock.
Yes. But in the long run, if you're going to steal that much, you're going to punish yourself if you're head first all the time. Tough to change the way you steal, though.
Unless you hurt yourself and you're forced to change.
Exactly. I mean, Joey went through it, with his knee injury. He has worked so hard to change to his slide to his other leg, which is very difficult to do. You spend your whole life sliding on one leg. The change is not easy. That's a foul ball down the left field line. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Cozart.
Well, the Reds' small ball today, I don't know if they've had a game where they've done it any better. They've had 3 stolen bases. They have 2 hit by pitches, a one wild pitch by the Sox, and 2 errors by the White Sox. And those have all formulated into those 3 runs the Reds have put on the board.
Swing and a miss, and they strand the bases loaded. 11 left on base for the Reds, but the good news is they pick up another. They lead it 3-0. for every game. Reds Live presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. Of course, after today's game, we'll have Reds Live post-game. And then before tomorrow's game, we'll have Reds Live pre-game. Ron Melanor and the guys are together in Game 2 probables. Jason Marquis going for the Reds. Carlos Rodon going for the Chicago White Sox. And for the Reds, you can't win 2 till you win 1, Chris. And right now, Johnny Cueto's in the driver's seat, 3-0.
Well, you give him 3 runs, it's almost like giving another pitcher 6 runs. The way Cueto can finish games out, and you can just kind of see his demeanor change the last couple of innings after the Reds scored those 2 runs in the top of the 6th. He's the kind of pitcher that begins to smell the end of the line.
Johnny here in the 7th facing Garcia. That's a sawed-off foul ball down the third base line. Garcia popped out to the first baseman Negron in the first and grounded to short in the 4th. The numbers for Johnny after that first inning of 24 pitches, he's been very manageable with his pitch count.
Well, I mean, he's changing everything around. He's changing speeds. He's pitching to different parts of the strike zone. He's changing the speed of his delivery. I mean, that time it was a very slow big turn. The pitch before that, it was just a step and throw. And he'll throw every different pitch out of every different kind of delivery. I mean, he's kind of a power pitching Bronson Arroyo.
Something else, huh?
And that's a great sequence. Those last 2 pitches for Cueto, both of them change-ups. One was a big, long, deliberate Louis Tion turn. He gets a strike on that. Then he comes back with just a step and throw kind of a delivery. And look where they all are. All of them down there in the right-hand bottom of the batter's box. That right-on-right change-up that has become a very popular pitch, but I'm not sure if anybody does it better than Cueto.
And you talk about the growth and the development of Johnny Cueto, and here's Connor Gillespie. Gillespie singled and flied out 1 for 2. It's not just the mechanics of his pitching, but the mental approach. He knows where to get outs. He knows how to get outs. And there's 2 quick outs here in the 7th inning.
Well, I doubt that he's ever been more driven than he is this year.
For a lot of reasons. You know, I think obviously the final year of his contract, but you know, Chris, you know, we both spent a lot of time talking to him. He's dedicated this year to his mom, and tomorrow, which will be Mother's Day, there's no one in all of baseball or in all of the world who has more fond thoughts for their mom back to the Dominican Republic than he has to his mom. There's a shot to left going way back, and Ramirez will deliver the first run for the White Sox. That's gone. Alexei Ramirez gets his first home run of the year, and it's off Johnny Cueto. He hit a bullet. He hit a line drive to left for an out, a line drive single, and then this one leaves the ballpark. He's had the best at bats against Cueto all day long. That's his 100th career home run and puts the White Sox on the board.
Yeah, I don't understand it. Alexei Ramirez, yeah, with the home run, but I mean, he has hit the ball hard every time up. I don't know whether he's willing Johnny Cueto to hang that slider right there for him or not, but he certainly hung and he jumped all over him.
A rocket shot from Alexei Ramirez, and it's a 3-1 ball game. Out in front is Flowers. It's popped up and out of play. You look at the offensive numbers for shortstops, and you don't, in the National League, you don't hear him talked about a lot, but he's been a very solid offensive player for this White Sox team. Now, as he hits this stage of his career, 33 years of age, seems like he's been around a long time, huh?
Well, Tyler Flowers has not had the same opinion of that outer part of the plate that John Hirschbeck has had.
And for the
try it inside.
For the 3rd time today, he strikes out. Twice looking, once swinging, 6 strikeouts for Cueto. Johnny be good on this day. He leads it 3-1. after stranding 8 in the 6th inning. They got 3 hits to take a 2-0 lead. The big hit came on a double from Skip Schumacher that plated the second run of the inning after another run scored on an error. Then in the 7th inning, they picked up a run on a ground ball out from Jay Bruce. Meanwhile, Chris, Johnny was good on this day.
Well, you're not kidding about that. I'm not sure. Is he done yet or not? I don't see anybody up and ready to go. So I would change that was to is. And 7 innings of one-run baseball. We're kind of used to that with Johnny Cueto on the mound.
Sitting on 93 pitches. Cueto with the 3-1 lead, and the Reds go back to work here in the 8th inning. Great to have you with us, George Grant, Chris Welch, Jim Day here at the ballpark. Down in the truck as usual, Josh Hall, our producer, Roy Alfers, our director, Matt Sigafus dialing up those highlights for us. Jimmy Miller with some great work with the graphics back in the studio. Jeff Pecoro and Brian Giesenslaw and Ron Melanor ready for Reds Live postgame. Great to have you with us. First of 2 from the White Sox side of Chicago. Here's Putnam continuing here in the 8th inning to face Schumacher. Skip struck out, flied to right, and then doubled in a run in the 6th inning. That's a shot into right. That's a base hit. So 2 hits for Schumacher. The run batted in for him in the 6th was his first of the season, and he gives the Reds a leadoff hit here in the 8th. Yesterday it was hot and humid, and then the rain hit. Today when we started it was 65 degrees. The temperature now has dropped some 20 degrees. It's now into the 40s. And you figure game 2 will be a little brisk. Here's Negron. Walked, flied out, struck out. Your memories of the old Comiskey, Chris.
Cold, wet, and it's
windy.
really, and it smelled bad.
Yep. Right next to the stockyards.
Other than that, it was great.
It was a great park. Still, those old ballparks had so much character to them. This place was in pretty bad shape by the time they tore it down. Ball 1 to Negron. Putnam chases Schumacher back once. Reds already have 3 stolen bases today, and a hit and run that prolonged an inning, and an attempted steal, although it was fouled off. Squeeze play. So when you're struggling and you can't find a way, try to manufacture a way, and that's what Brian Price has done. He's rolled out everything today to try to get a run in, and finally with 2 in the 6th and 1 in the 7th, the Reds have. Today we call it small ball, but the guy who invented it was here in Chicago in 1959, the Go-Go Sox. Al Lopez was the manager, and he called it little ball. I remember at the College World Series one year when I was in school, he gave a talk to our ball club, and he held up a little ball saying, "Gentlemen, this little ball controls everything." Here's Putnam to the stretch, runner not going, and that's ball 4. Said this little ball can do everything for you, meaning, and he went through the offense, the defense, what you can do with this little baseball. And if you want to win, as we did in 1959, you take this little ball and do everything you're supposed to do. If you're on defense, you catch that little ball. If you're on offense, you get a bunt down, you move a runner over. For Al Lopez, it was little ball, not small ball. He's in the Hall of Fame now.
I think anybody that's played long enough, and he was something else, Al Lopez, but he has had a meeting where their manager has come in with a baseball in his hand and said, "Gentlemen, this is a baseball. Have you ever seen one of these before? You're playing like you haven't."
That sounds like a Frank Howard talk for you in San Diego.
Well, no, that was just a warm-up for a Frank Howard talk.
Hondo. 2 on for the Reds, nobody out. Here's Billy back to the top of the order. Hamilton struck out, reached on a single, bounced out and walked and stole a base. Showing bunt, gets it down. Putnam will get the out. Sacrifice for Hamilton, and there are runners at second and third with one out.
That was really great form by Billy Hamilton right there. That was the sacrifice bunt. So he squared around really a lot earlier, or he showed the bunt a lot earlier. He never really squared. All he did was pivot his hips a little bit. But in talking to Vince Coleman before the game, he says this is the position you want to be in when you bunt, even for a base hit. And oftentimes we see Billy, when he's trying to drag that ball down the first baseline, kind of run away from the pitch before the ball is batted. You bunt it while you're in the batter's box, but he does a good job right there and moves those runners up.
Get him on, get him over, get him in. Reds have second and third. The infield in for the White Sox, and here's Marlon Byrd. Walked, bounced out, singled, and flied out. 5-game hitting streak for him now. Fly ball here could give the Reds that 3-run lead once again. Schumacher. Negron lead off their bases. Single and a walk and put the Reds in good position here. That'll kick away. Here comes the run. Here comes the throw, and it is out. Flowers thought of getting the ball to Putnam, but Putnam wasn't there in time. He dove for the plate and got Schumacher before he could get to the plate.
Well, when is the last time you've seen the Reds have 3 runners thrown out at the plate in one game? He never even put a glove on that ball, did he? If he had put a little bit of leather on that ball, it wouldn't have come bounding back to him so quickly.
Well, it goes.
Don't answer that question. It's probably 2014.
It's a wild pitch. And a 2 unassisted. That's one of the differences. We'll save that. Going to third is Negron. That's probably one of the biggest differences, Chris, in these new ballparks these days. The plate is so close to the back wall, and with the padding back there, you don't know. And that's caught by Flowers, so it would look like a promising 2-on, 1-out situation. The Reds go dry in the inning, still lead it 3-1. Or is he going to ask him if in fact it hit the dirt or not? We'll let them sort it out. When we come back, we'll check on it for you. Cueto goes to work, bottom of 8 here in Chicago. Micah Johnson, the number 9 hitter, will lead it off. And numbers for Johnny, the only dent in his armor was the home run, first of the year from Alexei Ramirez on the 100th of his career. Johnson today struck out looking, popped to short. Cueto walked Adam LaRoche in the first, the only free pass he issued. And after a 24 pitch first inning, he's been pitch efficient the rest of the afternoon. Locked him up, and it's 1-2.
I mean, Cueto has pitches. I mean, we've got a great view of watching Johnny Cueto pitch from the center field camera. You watch every pitch, and it moves a different way.
This will be a tough play. Cueto gets there, and they get the out just barely. No way Phillips could have gotten there. Good job by Johnny.
Johnny's got a lot better in a number of different areas, one of which is covering his position. Not a difficult play. You just have to make sure that you don't try to rush it when the ball comes down. Take your time and get it to your first baseman.
One away, back to the top of the order, Adamy.
I mean, hiding the ball is something that pitchers are taught to do. You know, it has to do with a little bit of deception and so on. And Cueto really never lets the hitter see the baseball until it's coming out of his hand. And he throws all of his pitches from an identical arm slot. So there's no real giveaway there that, you know, he is where you hold your glove higher on one pitch than another, or you kick your leg higher on a curveball than a fastball. None of that stuff to Cueto. If you're guessing with him, you're simply guessing.
Another first pitch strike, and now it's 0-2.
Well, that's nasty, whatever that was.
You know, Chris, nobody knows what the future holds. You know, and this is Johnny's last year of his contract. I mean, you hope he stays in a Reds uniform forever. But as a Reds fan, you just have to appreciate every single outing. He's just so masterful in the way he approaches his job. And it's been amazing to watch his growth over the years. Starting when Johnny Alvarez signed him, the work that Mario Soto did early in his career, he just has grown so much. And even your tips have helped him.
He was great. You know, we did a number of our Cincinnati Bell and CBTS Tech Talks.
Those are great.
With him, and I kept asking him, I said, all right, John, we're going to do these in English, right? And he kept telling me yes, and we finally did it, and he did great, and he knows what he's doing. But he also, like a lot of great pitchers, has simplified it. And for him, it's so much feel. He understands where his body needs to be on certain pitches. You know, he didn't learn out of a book. Not down there coming from San Pedro de Macorís. You learn out on the ball field there. They are dialed in today, I guarantee you. Everybody down in his hometown watching the Reds on Fox Sports Ohio.
And Mom, he wants to send happy Mother's Day wishes to you.
You better believe it, Christina.
Christina's doing tremendous, doing well after her heart surgery earlier this year. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cabrera flied out, grounded out, grounded out. Abreu on deck. Trying to get him to go chase upstairs. 2-2. Talk about developing as a hitter. And Chris, we remember those days when Mario Soto spent time with him early in his career back on the back fields. Talking about the mental side of the game, and boy, that was where the growth started. Talking about how to prepare mentally, what you have to do to be the best that you could be.
Well, we're going to see a pitcher tomorrow, Michael Lorenzen, a young man coming up out of college with a great arm, gifted just like Johnny Cueto was gifted with a great arm. But Cueto, you see, has been all over the board as far as speed pitches, and we'll see tomorrow where Lorenzen is going to throw a lot of his pitches at the same speed. Cueto, another outstanding inning.
7 strikeouts for Cueto. He leads it 3-1 going to the 9th. Game. It's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Looking for his first run batted into the season. Skip Schumacher delivers. This 2-base hit plates the Reds' second run, gave the Reds a 2-0 lead. They added on to make it 3-0. It's now 3-1. So for Skip Schumacher, big swing, big hit. Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Good insertion in the lineup as the DH for this game, Chris. Not bad at all for Schumacher. And again, a reminder that Joey Votto will be eligible for Game 2 of this doubleheader after serving his 1-game suspension here in Game 1. Here's Frazier. Todd singled to right in the first, hit by a pitch in the third. Lined out to center in the 5th and walked in the 7th. And the big guy is up loosening in the bullpen. Aroldis Chapman, as Dan Jennings comes in to take over the left-hander. 3 left-handers in this bullpen normally. Zach Duke, Jennings, and Rodon. But Carlos will pitch tomorrow. So he, in essence, rather in the second game of this doubleheader, so he, in essence, is out of that bullpen. Here's Jennings, his 12th game of the season. If you pick one strong suit of this White Sox club through the first 6 weeks of the season, it is this bullpen.
Well, no doubt about it. And Jennings is part of it. I thought this was kind of a funny trade. I thought when I saw it, I've always liked Dan Jennings, a hard-throwing left-hander from Nebraska. But he has some control problems from time to time. He's walked 8 in 13 innings. Pretty good bit of hitting right there.
Inside out swing gets a base hit for Frazier. So Frazier's on base for the 4th time in 5 plate appearances, 2 singles, a walk, and a hit batsman.
We've seen Jennings over the last couple of years with the Miami Marlins. That's going down and getting a slider right there. By the time Jennings gets that glove up there, that ball's over the second base bag. Got traded for Andre Rienzo, also a pitcher who's down in the minor leagues for the Marlins right now.
So another leadoff batter on for the Reds. 6 of the 9 innings the Reds have had the leadoff batter on. Through the first 5, couldn't push across a run. They got 2 in the 6th and 1 in the 7th. Here's Bruce, struck out, bounced out, reached on an infield hit, and then bounced into a ground ball out that produced the Reds' 3rd run in the 7th. After Hamilton had walked, stole a base, and went to 3rd. It's a strike, strike one. On that one at 93 miles an hour. He's not going anywhere, Chris. This may be a complete game day, huh? If Chapman's up, you figure he's coming in, though.
Well, that's normally the case, that they wanted to limit the number of innings warmed up for Aroldis Chapman. You get him hot, you get him in.
And he's throwing like he's coming in. He's not soft tossing out there. Dirt. Frazier's going to second. The throw will not be in time.
Heads up play by Frazier.
It's a wild pitch, the third wild pitch of the ball game for the White Sox, and another runner in scoring position.
Yeah, the White Sox really have to feel like they're very fortunate that they're still in this ball game. I mean, Reds have had 3 thrown out at the plate. It's a 3-1 game. That would make it 6-1. And none of the ones at the plate were, you know, all of them were very close. I mean, bang, bang.
And with that, they've left 12 on base. One and two. And we've talked a lot in these first 2 months about the Reds only being caught stolen twice. But the running game isn't just stealing bases, it's being ready to advance. And a good example of that today. That's a perfect
first to third,
sure.
You know, is important. Taking an extra base when you can, getting a bigger lead so that you can get that extra base. It doesn't come just by running, it comes by preparing to run.
Can't find it. Going to third will be Frazier. They'll get the out at first. It'll go as a strikeout 2-3. Frazier advances to third. So now with 2 outs, there's an insurance run out at third.
Boy, Tyler Flowers, who is supposedly a superior defensive catcher than their other catcher, Giovanni Soto, has had a hard time today. He's had balls get by him through the wickets. Gone as wild pitches that should have been blocked.
So with only 1 out, the White Sox will have to bring the infield in once again with Frazier at third.
Brandon's been first pitch swinging. See if he does it again. You know, nothing like having Ethan Cooperson up here as our stats guy, because he's so wired tight to the people at Stats Inc. that he looked it up, they looked it up, and found out that that 2-3-2 double play that Brandon Phillips hit in earlier in the game has not been duplicated back to 2000.
Wow. In the dirt, Flowers.
That's a good block there.
That's a good block. Block.
He gets over there, gets his whole body over. Nice job by Flowers there. Can't beat up on him without giving him some kudos when he deserves it.
Now the first.
He's too big to get him angry at us, George.
First word from the official scorer's booth was a wild pitch. Now they're saying pass ball on that advance to third, not a wild pitch. So it's a pass ball and the strikeout. Fouled off, and it's 2-1. Brandon today flied to center. That 2-3-2 double play. bounced into a fielder's choice and reached on an error. Four-time Gold Glove winner digs in from the stretch is Jennings. That's hit through and a base hit, an insurance run for the Reds. So good base running by the Reds, and a base hit by Brandon gives the Reds an insurance run, and they lead it 4-1.
Boy, Brandon has looked really good at the plate. I mean, he gets his foot down. He's right on time with his foot getting down and his hand staying back. Just a good, solid swing.
On the bases, Frazier's been active today, and it's paid off. There's Pena, single to right, bounce to second, single to right, and hit by a pitch.
Hey, take a look at the Reds dugout. I mean, we can do that, George. Maybe we get a shot of it. I mean, we got a whole bunch of guys standing up. From that angle, hard to tell, but there's only two guys sitting down the whole dugout. Then you go over and look at the White Sox dugout, and you can see where the energy on this ball field is right now, and it's all with the Reds. Nice to see that.
You know, Chris, we talked about it early, and even in spring training, we looked at the schedule, and you always obviously want to get off to a good start. And I mean, I thought from the beginning, if the Reds could get through this first 5-week stretch and be at 500, I think they would have accomplished something. You know, with the injuries they had going in and Bailey being out.
I remember you saying that, George. I think one thing you didn't plan on was the Cardinals going 22-7.
But they didn't get buried.
You're right.
I think with the schedule they had, those 22 straight against the Central, and the Cardinals have a good ball club, no doubt about it.
Look at it this way. I mean, this is the difference in the divisions. The White Sox are 5 games under 500, and they're 6.5 games back. The Reds are even at 500, and they're 7.5 games back. It just ain't fair.
I would expect the Cardinals to come back to the pack a little bit too. I mean, they're playing miraculously well. We hope Carpenter's okay. He didn't make the trip to Pittsburgh this weekend, but we hope he's okay. Every day it's been a different player that's come up big. Balls, 1 strike to Pena. They'll toss over there one more time. Don't forget, when this one is concluded, we'll have Reds Live post game with Jeff Coro, Brian Giesenslaw, and then we'll have game 2 for you about 30 minutes after this one concludes. Strike, says John Hirschbeck. Back comes Pena. Count 3-2 with 1 away. That's ball 4. Another runner in scoring position, 2 on, and Don Cooper will come out and talk to his left-hander. There's no one up in the bullpen throwing right now for the White Sox.
I think I get the feeling they're saving their bullpen as much as they can, knowing that we're not knowing exactly how deep into the game that the second game starter, Carlos Rodon, will be able to take them. Roll is now taking a seat until this inning is over, and we find out whether Johnny's going back out there or not.
There comes Cozart. Zach bounced into a fielder's choice, doubled, and bounced into a 6-4 fielder's choice that allowed the Reds' first run to score on an error by the second baseman. Johnson in his throw to first, and last time up he struck out.
When he's put it in play, he's hit it hard.
To the right side and foul and into the seats. 0-2. Jennings to the stretch, and he'll bluff Phillips back. Slice into the right side, it'll be foul. Scores today. Baltimore beat the Yankees 6-2. Toronto over the Red Sox 7-1. Kansas City beat Detroit 6-2 in the ninth. Atlanta and Washington are tied at 6 at Washington. In the dirt. Another big ninth for Bryce Harper last night. 2 more home runs, 5 home runs in the last 2 games. Minnesota beat Cleveland 7-4. How about Corey Hunter with a 4-for-4 performance last night? In the fourth, Tampa Bay leads Texas 3-0. Out at the plate. Cardinals and the Pirates underway in the first scoreless. Mets and the Phillies scoreless in the first as well. At Milwaukee, Cubs underway against the Brewers. No score there. And later on, the Dodgers at Colorado to play the Rockies. The 1-2 again in the dirt. Spent the day in the dirt, hasn't he? Fifth pitch of the inning for Jennings. That's missing inside. And we'll go full 3-2. There go the runners. That's inside, ball 4.
Well, we mentioned about Jennings, and the problem that he has had has been throwing the ball over the plate. Came into this ball game with 8 walks in 13 innings. He walked 2 batters his last time out. That was a game he pitched a couple of days ago against Detroit, where he gave up 2 runs in that game. And he's pitched himself into jam to a point where the Reds are on the verge of blowing it wide open.
Now, Schumacher had a big hit to make it 2-0 with a double in the 6th for his first run batted into the season. A base hit here could give the Reds a 2-run more pad. They lead it 4-1. Chris, we see Jason Marquis in game number 2. Been solid for the Reds.
Marquis, for a change, is probably saying, hey, save some runs for me. And why not?
This is for ball 1-1.
You know, and looking at Dan Jennings' pitch, I mean, there's some deception with that very quick, herky-jerky delivery, but along with that comes inconsistency in your release point.
Base is loaded, 1 out. That's blooped to left. That's going to get 1 run in. Stopping in third is Pena, and the Reds lead it 5-1. Cabrera got in rapidly, so no chance for the runner from second to score.
The White Sox fans are not seeing they're used to seeing their bullpen melt down the way it has here the last few innings, although they were pressed into a long-time service by the injury to Noesi early on. Station to station, Reds get 1 there.
Second run scoring hit for Schumacher and 3rd hit of the ball game. 3 for 5 and a couple of runs batted in. Here's Negron.
Hard to believe, but the note that I just received from Ethan Cooper said this is the 32nd Reds plate appearance today with men on base. Even though they're up 5-1, they were 6 for 24. That's an awful lot of opportunities.
And 12 left on base already to this point in the ball game. 12 hits and 12 left on. The big number is the 4-run lead, though, 5-1. And the old Dusty Baker line, get another so you're past slam range. Negron walked, flied out, struck out, and walked. Pena's at third, Cozart at second, and Schumacher down at first. Infield halfway for the White Sox, looking for a ground ball to get out of the inning. The other part of the equation for the 3rd time this season, the Reds' 8th or 9th inning rally has taken a save situation and turned it into a non-save situation for Aroldis Chapman.
He might be the only one that cares about that.
Yep. And that's a walk, the 3rd in the inning that will force in another run. And it's now 6-1 Cincinnati. The 3rd walk of the afternoon for Chris Negron.
He's filling in quite nicely for Joey Votto.
Take it. And now they're finally going to get somebody up to loosen in the bullpen for the White Sox. Big right-hander Jake Petricka up starting to loosen. You wonder, Chris, if that affects Johnny Cueto's status now too. He's sitting here for almost 25 minutes.
He's actually been standing. I've been watching him in the dugout. He's got a jacket arm and his arm wrapped up in a towel to keep it warm. I got to feel that he's already been notified he's out.
Ball 1 to the leadoff hitter Billy Hamilton. Hamilton today struck out singled off the back of the starting pitcher Hector Noesi and knocked him from the ball game. He bounced to second, walked, stole a base, scored in the 7th, and sacrificed in the 8th. Base is still loaded for the Reds with only 1 out.
Well, I'll tell you what, the strike zone for Dan Jennings right now is about the size of a soup bowl. And Robin Ventura's not even going to. Oh, they're going to go out and find out there's something wrong with him.
He just was leaning over that with that last pitch. I mean, you look at, and Herm Schneider's out for the 3rd time tonight to check on somebody. 20 balls and 17 strikes in the 37 pitches delivered by Jennings.
Watch him right after this pitch is over.
Doesn't look right, does he?
He may have been battling something before he came in here.
Either that or just upset. And appears he's okay.
Then you throw one more pitch. We don't want to bring a guy in with a 3-0 count and the bases loaded.
You've been through that a few times.
I have not seen that yet. We've seen a lot, George. I'm not sure if that's one of them. And John Hirschbeck is wondering, why are you barking at me? He's getting some words from that White Sox dugout.
Already today, the hitting coach for the White Sox has been ejected from the ball game, Todd Stevenson. That came early after a called 3rd strike on back-to-back batters. That's a strike. 3-1.
Are we in South Chicago or are we in the Bronx? Bronx cheer.
Center field in the air, Eaton under it. The runner tagging in 3rd. Cozart will score easily, going from 2nd to 3rd will be Schumacher. So a fly ball run batted in for Hamilton. His 5th run batted into the season, and the Reds now lead it 7-1. And the 9th batter of the inning coming to the plate. Now he's going to make the pitching change anyways, but I'm sure they're not talking about the pitching change right here. So Jennings is gone. With Bird coming to the plate, Patrica will come in, and while the pitching, and you can see Jennings not happy at all with home plate umpire John Hirschbeck. While the pitching change takes place, we'll take time out for these messages. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. Patrica will take over. Chris with the bases loaded and 2 outs. and rather first and third now with 2 outs after the fly ball run batted in.
Marlon Berg getting his 6th plate appearance of the day.
A rocket shot to left. Forget it. That's gone. A 3-run home run for Marlon Byrd. He had stretched his hitting streak to 5 straight with a single back in the 5th inning. And that home run, his 6th of the year. 17 runs batted in now. And what a 2-week stretch he's had. Over 400 for the month of May. I guess his rhythm is back, Chris.
Well, you got to figure, with the way the control has been in this inning, he's looking for a first pitch strike, and he gets exactly that. I mean, right in the old wheelhouse. Down and in. How about dropping some head on that?
Our steel power tool performer rocket shot of the day. 5 straight games with multiple hits for the first time in 5 years for Marlon. He said it's been feeling good of late, and boy, the swing has been outstanding for the last 2 weeks. 10-1 Cincinnati. Now for the month of April, he had 168. For this month of May, he has been outstanding. Ground ball to second. That'll take care of it, but the Reds send 10 to the plate in the 9th inning. They score enough to lead it 10-1 with 7 in the 9th. And here comes Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers, proud sponsor of the Cincinnati Reds. And a proud guy on the mound is Johnny Cueto. Boy, he has been good on this day, Chris.
Well, we were all wrong about Johnny Cueto being out after 8 innings. He is back out there again to try to go for the CG. And so far, pretty doggone good for Johnny. 8 innings of 1 run, 7 strikeout, 1 walk baseball. And Brian Price had a pretty good idea when you're going to send Johnny Cueto out in the first game to win that game, or at least you're going to get a really good pitching performance. And they're in command right now. Johnny just needs 3 away to get a complete game.
Now the numbers: 10 runs, 13 hits for the Reds. A run, 4 hits, 2 errors for the White Sox here in the 9th. The extra runs put a smiling scoreboard in even in a better spot, because here comes Abreu, LaRoche, and Garcia, the heavy part of the lineup for the White Sox. Jose today, a great 10-pitch at bat in the first inning. He finally popped out down the first base line in foul territory. A nice play by Negron, and I mean early in the game, but a key at bat for both Cueto and Abreu as he kept him off the bases and snuffed out what could have been a rally after a leadoff double by Adamy.
And really the score of this ball game at 10-1 is very deceiving because it was a very close ball game until a 7 spot in the ninth. So Cueto was pitching with a very small margin of error. If he gets a complete game, it would be his first of the season. He had 4 last year.
Just a masterful performance today, and a young man who's become a masterful technician at his craft. Number 47, 2 balls and 2 strikes here in the ninth against Jose Abreu. That's a ball on the left. Forget it. That's long gone. Cueto winning the war, but Abreu wins this battle with a big time shot.
Johnny smiled right after that ball left the bat and realized, whoops, he got one right in the hot zone. This is the equivalent of a grudge point.
That sure sounds different when he hits it, doesn't it? Muscle job from Abreu for him. Home run number 6 on the year, run batted in number 17.
It sounds better when he hits it, but still didn't sound nearly as good as if it had some runners on base.
Yeah.
You can hit him as far as you want in a 10-1 game with nobody on.
10-1's the key number.
8 more of those and you got a tie game.
LaRoche walked, flied out, and struck out. Breaking ball drops in there for a strike, 1 and 2. Garcia on deck. After the 5th hit of the afternoon for the White Sox, Eaton has a hit. The homer by Abreu. That's up high for a ball. A home run by Ramirez, Alexi's first homer of the year, 100th of his career. Gillespie had a single. And Ramirez had another single. That's it. That's all Cueto's been touched for. Missing on the outside corner, and that's ball 4. So
both walks have gone to LaRoche.
And here comes Brian Price.
Well, he's got J.J. Hoover warming up in the bullpen, and he may just be going out to Johnny Cueto and ask him, well, how important really is this complete game? Because I'm going to let you go for it, but you got to start getting some guys out here. Because we don't want to extend you too much now and have you lose a little bit. Not next start or start after that, but somewhere down the road. I mean, you need to keep that young man strong all the way to the very end of the season and hopefully into the postseason.
And their goal is 100, 110 to 115 pitches. Once you don't want to get over 120. And I'm sure he mentioned to Johnny, there's a fly ball to right. Here comes Bruce. Does he get there? No, it's past him. Into the corner, around in second, going to third will be LaRoche. He'll stop at third, and it's second and third. So a double for Garcia. The White Sox are coming alive in the ninth. A homer, a walk, and a double.
Ball really had a lot of tail on it coming off the bat of a right-hander there. Bruce just unable to get to it. I like the effort, though.
Came a long way. He was shaded towards right center.
In a 10-2 ball game, you leave your feet to dive like that rather than surrounding it, playing it for a single. I like that attitude.
Still nobody out. Here's Gillespie, who had a single earlier in the day. Singled the lead off the second, but Cueto came back to strike out Flowers and Johnson to end that rally. Infield back for the Reds. They'll concede the run to get a ground ball out.
Like a cross-up right there. Now there's a little visual communication going on between Cueto and Brian Pena. Pena was standing straight up in the air when he took that pitch.
You would figure, Chris, if he did not get this batter, that might be it. You don't want to push him 130 pitches or more, right?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
High ball, Bruce over. Tagging at third and scoring. The third run of the afternoon for the White Sox will be Adam LaRoche, a sacrifice fly from Gillespie, and that'll be it. So Cueto wanted to get the complete game, will not get it, as Brian Price will come out and bring Hoover in. But for Johnny, 123 pitches. Trying for the complete game, didn't get it. He was masterful, upset at himself because he had a brilliant one-run effort coming into this ninth inning. He'll get a round of applause from the Reds faithful behind that Reds dugout. He was something on this day. When we return, we'll recap his afternoon. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio.
You want to get it, and if you're Johnny Cueto, I mean, he's had 10 of them in his career. This would have been the first of the year for him. But when you get up 123 pitches, that's the second or the third most he's had in his career. He had 125 earlier this year against the Brewers, but by no means is that a lot of pitches or on the verge of abuse or anything else. So I don't know anybody worrying about Johnny Cueto and the number of pitches he throws. He's a strong young man, and he's in line to pick up a W on the first of a twin bill. Nothing wrong with that.
Here's Ramirez, who lined out, singled, and homered. Runner on third with one out. It's fouled off to the right side. J.J. Hoover into the game for the Reds. Again, if you're just joining us, this is game one of a doubleheader. Second game will come approximately 30 minutes after the first one concludes. Still to come, Brian Giesenslaw, Jeff DeCoro standing by with our Reds Live post game. By now, they've probably had about 4 pizzas back home. And then we'll be back with game number 2. Jason Marquis going up against Carlos Rodon. short. Cozart charging, the quick flip, and they got it. Nice play by Cozart against the speedy Ramirez. JB Shook come in to pinch hit here in the 8th spot in the lineup.
I'll tell you what, it didn't take Christopher Negron very long to figure out that what we used to call a Keith Hernandez pull at first base. I mean, getting just, maybe his toe is in contact with the bag, but I always think you come off the bag like that and you give the umpire the feel that it's an out. And you see some veteran first basemen doing it all the time. Hernandez was the first I remember doing it. He may not have been.
Here's JB. He was picked up last year at the end of the season from the Indians on waivers. So far this year, 5 for 20, no homers, 3 knocked in.
You know, the injustice of this in the last inning is that here Cueto's on the verge of getting a complete game. And instead of not only getting a complete game, it doesn't even go down, this performance by Cueto, as what they would call now a quality start. Quality start is 6 innings and giving up 3 runs or less. But if you go 8 and have a couple gassed in, it's not a quality start. I'm not so sure many people pay attention to that stat anyway.
Slap down to short, Cozart, and that'll do it. So Johnny was brilliant for 8 in the 9th. He gets touched for 3 runs, but still the Reds come home with a W for Cueto. He'll pick up the victory to stretch his record to 500 at 3-3. Cueto outstanding on this day in game 1 of the twin bill. And Chris, I think the other side of it was the way the Reds put small ball into effect and did the little things to score the runs early.
Well, they did. You know, they had 13 hits and they were all singles, or 10 of those were singles, 3 stolen bases, 8 bases on balls. They had a sacrifice fly, a sacrifice. I mean, they did it a lot of different ways, the Reds did today, but they did it with energy. I really like the way they came out here today, knowing it's going to be a long day of baseball. They came out here and they decided we're not going to lose with Johnny Cueto on the mound in the first game, and win they did. And that's the way you begin a 2-game sweep.
You can't sweep 2 till you win 1, and the Reds have won the first of 2, 10-4. Coming up next, Reds Live presented by Performance Kings Honda. Coming up next. Chicago White Sox. Hi, hello, and welcome to Chicago, everyone. Along with the crafty left-hander Chris Welch, I'm George Grant. I should say also the hole-in-one crafty left-hander who picked up a hole-in-one on this road trip. Well, it was a hole-in-one for the Reds in Game 1, Chris. Johnny Cueto was at his best, and they get some runs.
You know, like we said, George, at the very onset of that ball game, he had a bad outing his last time out against the Atlanta Braves. All that means to me is he's one game closer to having a really good outing. And, you know, the bottom line for Johnny Cueto, that with 4 runs given up, was not indicative of how well he pitched. He impressed everybody here that has never seen him pitch very much before. The guy can flat out get it done. Now you know why Brian Price pitched him in the first game. Now you got the second game. You got Jason Marquis on the mound, and he's a guy that really needs to make sure that he throws a lot of strikes early in the count. Because if he establishes the ability to throw strikes, he'll get swings like that later in the count. He's won 3 starts in a row for the first time since 2003, and he's got a lot of movement on his pitches. I'm sure he's anxious to get out there and see if the Reds can complete this sweep.
It's the veteran Jason Marquis against the youngster making his first Major League start, Carlos Rodon, who was a big draft choice last year. Chris, he's got a lively arm.
Well, lively arm and a really good slider. I mean, a plus down and in slider to right-handers away from left-handers. He's got the ability to strike out a lot of batters. He's got a swing and miss fastball as well, but he's making his first Major League start. And you got to remember that this guy, last year at this time, was pitching for North Carolina State against Wake Forest. So this is a big jump for him. He's got plenty of stuff behind his arm, but whether he's going to be able to give the White Sox a deep into the ballgame kind of pitching performance, well, that has yet to be seen.
Well, not seen in Game 1 of this doubleheader was Devin Mesoraco, who didn't DH, or Joey Votto, who served his 1-game suspension. They're both back in the lineup for Game 2 of the doubleheader. JD, Jim Day will have that story next on Fox Sports Ohio.
Regional Tourism Network. Stay close to CincinnatiUSA.com. By Chevy. Check out our award-winning lineup only at your Tri-State Chevy dealer. And by Skyline Chili. Feeling good, it's Skyline time. chilly day, and it'll be an even chillier night here at U.S. Cellular Field in Chicago. But the Reds have to be tickled to death because now the one-game suspension of Joey Votto is behind the Reds, and they won that game. So Votto's back, and so is Devin Mesoraco. He will DH here in Game 2. He's your T-Mobile game changer on this day. And last year in interleague games, 14 games. And look at Mezzo, 340 average, 4 home runs, 16 runs driven in. That's tied for the third most by any NL player. So the Reds have been waiting to get him a full night, 4 or 5 at-bats, and see how he comes out of it tomorrow with that hip injury. And the time is now. Stay with us. First pitch of Game 2 of a doubleheader right around the corner. Let's not only play 2, how about let's win 2? Reds and White Sox on deck.
White Sox from U.S. Cellular Field in Game 2 of this doubleheader after winning Game 1 by a final score of 10-4. Brian Price, who drew out the perfect lineup card for Game 1, hopes to do the same for Game 2. For Brian, his Myers starting lineup has Billy Hamilton back in the leadoff spot. Billy had a hit. He was 1 for 3. Also had a sacrifice fly and a sacrifice, and also stole a base. Hamilton leads it off. Marlon Byrd stretched his hitting streak to 5 straight in Game 1. Also had a home run. Joey Votto sat out Game number 1, serving that 1-game suspension. He's back in the lineup. Todd Frazier will hit in the cleanup spot. Brandon Phillips behind him. Devin Mesoraco will start as a designated hitter after sitting out Game 1. Brennan Bosch will play right field, giving Jay Bruce the day off. And Tucker Barnhart will catch, with Zach Cozart hitting in the number 9 spot with the DH in effect. And on the mound for the Reds will be Jason Marquis. On the mound for the Chicago White Sox, a young man who's made it from North Carolina State to the south side of Chicago with a big arm, Chris.
Well, he's made in a hurry, too, George, because he was only picked up in the amateur draft last year in June. So here he is, already rushed to the major leagues. A lot of different circumstances have come around to finally get him his first major league start. But they are very excited about this young left-hander. He's a big burly guy, 6'3", 235 pounds. The average his fastball is anywhere from 95 to 96 miles an hour. He's got a slider, rarely throws a changeup. So you got to figure, as pumped up as he is right now, you're going to see something hard if you're in the batter's box against him today.
Here's Billy batting from the right side against a left-handed throwing Carlos Rodon. Hamilton 1 for 3 in that game number 1. For Billy, he struck out his first time up, but then lined a line drive off the hip of the starting pitcher Hector Noesi. It knocked Noesi from the game, and that was one of the things that turned the game around for the Reds. After that, he grounded to second, walked, stole a base in the 7th, sacrificed in the 8th, and a sacrifice fly chased home the Reds' 7th run in the 9th inning. If you joined us late, the Reds in that first game got 2 runs in the 6th inning on an infield force out and an error by the second baseman off a ball from Zach Cozart to lead it 1-0, and then a double by Schumacher made it 2-0. Hitting star of the game for the Reds was Skip Schumacher, who had 3 hits, including that double for a run batted in and another single that knocked in another run. They gave the Reds a 5-1 lead in the 9th. 3 balls, 1 strike to Billy. That's a call strike, says the home plate umpire Bill Welke. Welke sat out game number 1. There's another look. Hamilton thought it was a little high. That's a strike.
I think Soto thought it was high too. That's why he tried to bring it down for the umpire to look at.
And there's ball 4. See if Billy will be off to the races. Let's check your 4 defensive alignment for Robin Ventura and the Chicago White Sox. They're 13th in the league in defense in the American League. 2 errors in the first game, 22 errors on the season. Big's arms in the outfield. Cabrera, Eaton, and Garcia all throw well. Gordon Beckham sat the first game. He's back at third. Ramirez and Bonifacio, the double play combo. Adam LaRoche, who DH'd in the first game, will play first. And Giovanni Soto, the former Cub, is behind the plate. That is your 4 defensive alignment for the White Sox. White Sox came into this series knowing full well the Reds like to run, and Cincinnati stole 3 bases in game 1. With a left-hander going, we'll see how Billy Hamilton and the Reds handle game 2. In the coach's box for Cincinnati, as Bird steps out, peeks down at third, it's the third base coach Jim Riggleman. Down at first as usual, Billy Hatcher. The stolen base by Hamilton in game 1 is 15th, now 15 of 16 on the season. They'll toss over there.
It looks like the White Sox are going to take the strategy of trying to control the running game right away from the young left-hander. I saw that Giovanni Soto gave him a sign to throw over to first base, so they're going to say, listen, we flash the signs, you throw what we tell you, and we'll take that part of the worry away from you.
And the other part that you notice with Soto, and it goes way back to his days in Chicago, when he throws back to the mound very often, you'll see him lean on his knee and every once in a while just kind of float the ball out to the pitcher. And you know that the Reds are aware of this. We'll see if Hamilton or maybe Frazier or Phillips might try to take advantage of it and pick his pocket.
I think that's a throw over right there.
Now, we saw it in game 1. They held the ball longer. They threw over a lot, trying to short circuit the Reds running game. Did not work in game number 1.
And we think, I mean, it's too early to tell, but I'm guessing when you see the hook 'em horn sign or something that looks like that, they're telling them to throw on over there, and they took that off, and they're going to have to throw a slider here.
Now, Chris, the other side of this is for a young pitcher. Sometimes do you worry too much about that and maybe disrupt the young man in his first major league start?
Yeah, well, I think that's why they're not worried about it. I mean, they're telling me, listen, you don't worry about it. If a guy steals a base, it's on us. You just do what we tell you to do because you've got the ability, but we've got the know-how.
Here goes Billy. In the dirt, kicks away from Soto. He's going to go all the way to third. Rounding second, going to third. He'll be in there. It kicked off, looked like the shin guard or the heel of Soto, kicked all the way to the dugout, so the Reds get a runner at third. It's a stolen base and a pass ball, and on a 2-2 count, the Reds have a runner at third. Look at him motor, Chris. He saw it coming. 16 of 17 for Hamilton now. If you weren't with us in game 1 when he stole the base, he jammed his left shoulder. Was noticeably aggravated by it for a period of time, but appears to be running fine now and appears that the shoulder's okay. Fouled off by Bird. Marlin in the first game continued his red hot month of May. He walked his first time up, bounced out, then singled the stretch his hitting streak to 5 straight in the 5th inning. Flied out, struck out, but then hit his 6th homer of the year, a 3-run shot in the 9th that gave the Reds a 10-1 lead. What do you see different in Marlon Byrd in May that you didn't see in April, Chris?
You know, I think he's not quite as upright as he was. He looks more relaxed at the plate. He's not chasing pitches like he did. It seemed like the first month of the year that he was so anxious to prove himself to a new team, which shouldn't be odd to him because he's been with 8 different teams.
That's right.
But I mean, he was so anxious to kind of ingratiate himself that he was just trying too hard. But through it all, you gotta hand him the credit. He never seemed like he was he got his jobber down. He always hustled down the line, no matter whether it was a pop-up or a ground ball. And now that he's swinging the bat a lot better, you move him up in the lineup, he's going to get more fastballs and better pitches to hit because he's going to hit in front of Joey Votto. It's all good now for Marlon.
And there's a walk. So 2 3-ball counts in the first 2 batters that he faces.
Well, the biggest thing that Carlos Rodon is going to face here as a transition from college to the minor leagues to the major leagues is the ever-shrinking strike zone. It's the smallest strike zone in the world here in the major leagues. And that breaking ball right there was called a strike 100% of the time when he was pitching in the NCAA. But I'm sorry, it went around the plate in this league.
He was a first-team All-American and the Freshman of the Year in college baseball at North Carolina State, and the #1 draft pick of this White Sox franchise. Here's Joey, who sat out game number 1 with that suspension, the 1-game suspension. And talk about a insertion into the lineup that worked. Christopher Negron had an outstanding game defensively, also had a run batted in, playing first base for Joey, but it's great to get number 19 back in the lineup.
You know, and I think he's pretty fired up about facing Rodon in this ball game. He knows that Rodon has come with a lot of hype, that he's a power arm left-hander with an invisible slider, quote unquote. I've heard scouts say that about him. And he does have a nice breaking slider, there's no doubt about it. Right now he's just trying to figure out a way to throw some strikes in there.
1 ball, no strikes to Votto. From the stretch with Bird off first. On the corner for a strike, says Bill Welke.
There's the throwback that you were talking about from Giovanni Soto. It's almost like he's falling over as he tosses it back to the pitcher.
That's a little low.
Hey, look, that's some action on that fastball, too. When you're throwing it at 96, it really doesn't give it a lot of time to have movement, but that ball had some arm side movement. Joey choking up just even a little bit more now.
Won 25 games in North Carolina State. Had over 400 strikeouts at North Carolina State in college.
He set their record at North Carolina State for career strikeouts. But the really interesting thing that I saw about Rodon as I was looking at his numbers at North Carolina State was the fact that he had a losing record his junior year. He was 6 wins and 7 losses and still was taken in the first round.
Swing and a miss. Votto disposed of for out number 1.
That'll get your confidence up right there by striking out one of the game's best hitters.
And the two sides of it, everything is new for the Reds and everything is new for Rodon. So there's no, you can look at video and there's some video from spring training, but not a lot of it. So you're seeing this guy for the first time.
Well, they're not going to see much of him. I mean, after this game.
After this
is what
game.
I mean.
Exactly.
I don't mean.
It's not like you got a book on him.
Right.
Here's Frazier, 2 for 3 in game number 1.
And if he ever grows into his potential, that's probably a good thing.
Yeah. You're right. Leave him in the other league. White Sox haven't had a lot of draft picks that they signed in recent years. In fact, the last number 1 pick that they signed and made it to the major leagues before Rodon was Harold Baines. That was back in 1977. And Harold is now on this staff, and his statue is around the ballpark too. What you see for Baines, as they did with every statue of the Chicago Bulls in the playoffs, all the statues of former White Sox players, they put Bulls jerseys on them all around the ballpark. The Bulls, of course, beat the Cavaliers in Game 1, and there is HB. Boy, could he hit, Chris. Was he a run producer? Great guy.
Guy's a line drive waiting to happen.
Man, and in my mind, I think he's a Hall of Famer. Not in there, but boy.
You know, you're right, George, about the first-round picks. I'm looking now. Last year they took Rodon. Before that, Tim Anderson, who's in Double-A. Courtney Hawkins, who's in Double-A. Keon Barnum, who's in A-ball still. Keenan Walker in 2011 in A-ball. And before that, Chris Sale.
Hopped up in the infield. Bird was running. If anybody gets back to first, they got him. Here comes the toss, and it is a double play. So the Reds get a runner to third, but like game number 1, they don't find a way to cash it in the first. The double play ends the inning. To the bottom of 1 we go, scoreless. Bottom of 1. Let's check the starting lineup for the manager of the Chicago White Sox. Robin Ventura, as Adam Eaton will lead it off. Melky Cabrera will bat second. Abreu hits in the third spot. He'll be the DH with LaRoche at first. Garcia in right. Ramirez the shortstop. Beckham at third. Soto behind the plate. And Bonifacio, the second baseman, bats in the ninth spot. And here's the Reds' right-hander, Jason Marquis.
Marquis now 36 years old. He also was a #1 round draft pick by the Atlanta Braves.
Slap to left. Can anybody get there? Bird will.
Good break by Bird right there. It was just a little slap shot by Eaton, and Bird was on the run as he was kind of completing his swing.
Adam was 1 for 4 in game 1, and the base hit he got was into the left field corner over the head of Bird. So Bird, knowing that he was going that way in game 1, was a step or two deeper. He had a long way to come, but got there for the out. There's Melky Cabrera in game 1, was 0 for 4. Fly to center, hit it well. Bounced to first twice and struck out. If you joined us late, Johnny Cueto was brilliant to the big guys in this lineup until the 9th inning. A homer by Abreu in the 9th. A walk and a double. And a homer by Ramirez were the only real dents in his armor. But Johnny, by the time he left, had thrown 123 pitches. Ryan Price left him in the 9th to try to get the complete game. The end result, 3 runs scored in that 9th inning. Slapped down to third. Frazier has it. Cabrera retired, 2 away. Here's your 4 defensive alignment for the Reds. Cincinnati in the National League comes in 4th in the league defensively with 16 errors on the season. Bird, Hamilton, their normal spots. Brendan Bosch will be in right field for Game 2. Frazier, Cozart, Phillips, Votto back at first base for Game 2. Barnhart does the catching for Jason Marquis. That's your 4 defensive alignment. Now we saw it develop, Chris, when Ryan Hannigan came along from the minor leagues to the major leagues, on how pitchers began to respect the way he called games and the way he became a major leaguer. And for a guy at 36 who's been around a long time, Jason Marquis already has noticed that Tucker Barnhart's out of that same mold.
Well, you're right. And Tucker gives you such a good signal back there. He's not a real big guy physically, so he gives the umpire a real good look at the strike zone. He gets so small, it's like going to just a catcher's mitt. I think umpires see that better, and you're going to get some marginal pitches because he's got soft hands. Marquis has to live and die with his control. And living on those corners is what it's all about.
High in the air to left field. Back is Cozart, in his Bird. Zach is there, and he's got it. So 1-2-3 for Marquis in the first. A 10-pitch inning. Good way to start it for Jason. Numbers for you tonight. Reds all-time home run leaders in interleague play. You know about Junior. You know about Adam Dunn and Joey Votto. Brandon Phillips, who's the Reds' leading hitter average-wise, also with 19 home runs, Chris. He's been big in interleague play ever since he came to Cincinnati from the Indians. So here's Brandon against Carlos Rodon. Rodon danced the tightrope, gave up a couple of walks, but another one of those weird double plays. This has been a strange day. 3 different strange double plays that we've seen already.
I know we had the one last inning, which was a pop-up and then dished off to the second baseman. But the 2-3-2, that was I think Brandon was included in that one in the 3rd inning of the last game.
Looped into right. Here comes Garcia. He's got it. 1 away. Phillips is retired. Brandon, all told, was 1 for 5 in game 1 of the doubleheader.
You know, when you get a young pitcher like Carlos Rodon out there, and he has trouble in the first inning. I mean, he walked the first 2 batters that he faced, but he gets out of the inning, no runs at all. Even if it was an odd double play, he comes back out here with a completely different attitude here in the 2nd inning.
Here's Mesoraco in the DH position for game 2 as the White Sox overshift against him with 3 infielders to the 3rd base side of the 2nd base bag. Overall 077 on the season. Still battling that hip impingement. And while the Reds play this interleague stretch, he gets an opportunity to DH, and it's take it day by day to see how he reacts. The hit problem is one that they will have to deal with for the long run, and that'll be dealt with as the season progresses.
Well, that's one of the better breaking balls I've seen all year long from a left-handed pitcher.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
That is a snapper.
Down low, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And the reason you can say that about there's no hump in it. A lot of times a guy will throw a curveball and it goes up and then goes down. Sometimes sliders, they break a little bit. They don't, but he's got a serious break, and it comes out of there straight.
Broken bat down to first. It's a fair ball. LaRoche will tap the bag, and there's 2 away.
George, I guess you've gotten to know this young man a little bit, Carlos Rodon, from his days at Team USA Baseball.
Yeah, he was
named right really from a freshman on.
Yeah, he was very highly regarded by all of the members of USA Baseball, members of our national team on a number of occasions, and one of the finalists in the Golden Spikes tabulation. Didn't win the Golden Spikes, but a guy who was well respected and high on the watch list for USA Baseball for the last 4 years. I mean, he grew up in Miami as a high schooler, and it started there. In fact, this is before the game today, talking to Robin Ventura, who won the Golden Spikes years ago when he had that 58-game hitting streak at Oklahoma State. Gordon Beckham was playing third, was a finalist for the Golden Spikes, and they were both going back and forth talking about who won it, who didn't win it. Ventura's got the big trophy on his mantle, though. An outstanding college baseball player, great major league player as well. And Ventura's become a pretty solid major league manager, too. That slap foul by Brendan Bosch, who gets the start in right. Infrequent starts is what Brennan gets, and like we talked about in game 1, whether you're Skip Schumacher or Christopher Negron, you try to get the at-bats as a manager any way you can for your bench guys. So here's an opportunity with a left-handed pitcher going. It's difficult, yes, but you're getting at-bats as Bruce gets game 2 off. One ball, 2 strikes. Waves at it, tapped out by Soto, and the Reds go 1, 2, 3. Going to the bottom of 2. serious lawyers for serious injuries. Talk about the top and the bottom in run support by a starting pitcher. Jason Marquis over 9 runs a game. That leads the National League. Going into today, Johnny Cueto is just over 2 after the 10 runs he got credit for in game 1. That's now over 3. Here's Adam LaRoche. Delivers the first delivery from Marquis into right field for a base hit. Leadoff hitter on in the second for the White Sox. LaRoche 0 for 2 and a walk in game number 1. Behind him you see DB, Darryl Boston. Chris, Cincinnati guy. Great to see him. He's the first base coach for this White Sox club and over at third. Super Joe McEwing, former major leaguer. McEwing 16 years in the majors. Darryl Boston had a great 11-year career as well. Here's Garcia. Game 1, he popped up, grounded out, struck out, and then in the 9th doubled. Big swing, and this is a club that will take big swings. That's what you expect Marquis to feed into, and we've talked a lot about it in recent years. This park, U.S. Cellular Field and Great American Ballpark, are the 2 parks that give up more home runs than any place else in baseball. So they built the club around that here for many years. Built originally in 1991. It's been tweaked up a few times. This was the first of the new ballparks, but it was built like an old ballpark. One ball, 2 strikes. To short, Cozart off balance. Oh, they won't even get one. Yes, they do. Good job by Phillips to get his foot on the bag. They had a real good chance for 2 if it's a throw on the money. But Phillips did a great job first in getting to the ball and then secondly getting his foot back to the bag.
Phillips and Cozart have been together for so long. They almost know ahead of time what's going to happen. And Brandon looks like he's anticipating a bad throw. Knows his foot is off the bag and then kind of worms his way back so he can get that toe on the edge.
That's pretty remarkable, Chris, when you consider your weight's going away from the bag to stop that and be able to get back to the bag. Brilliant by the 4-time Gold Glover. He does things that most normal mortals can't do. So they get a force, and that still leaves the double play in order for Ramirez. And Cozart back in the lineup today after his difficulty first. The pitch that he took on the wrist, the left wrist still a little sore, and then the right finger, the index finger, split, and he's still shaking his head at that throw. But the finger not 100%, but he's back in that lineup. Against Cueto in game 1, I guess it's safe to say, Chris, the best swings came from this guy, Alexei Ramirez.
Yeah, and I would never guess that going into the game. I thought that the way that Johnny Cueto and his variety of pitches would really neutralize Ramirez, but he hit the ball hard every time he put it in play.
2 hits, including his first home run of the year and the 100th of his career. He hit a line drive to left that Bird flagged down. He hit a hard line drive single to left and then homered in the 7th inning to give the White Sox their first run. They trailed 3-1 at that time. And the White Sox picked up 3 in the 9th on the homer by Abreu. A walk, a double. Three balls, 1 strike. Ramirez, another Cuban native, and while many Cubans of this vintage of baseball players, including the Reds, their oldest Chapman, and not so much Pena, but some of the other younger players that come along, did not know Manny Minoso. This guy did. There goes the runner. It's hot, high and deep to left, at the wall. Back is Bird. He won't get it. It's gone. A 2-home run day for Alexei Ramirez, a home run in Game 1, and this one in Game 2 gives the White Sox a 2-0 lead.
This ball just kind of floated down and in, and if I can remember where that pitch was that he hit off of Cueto earlier, that was on the inner part of the plate as well.
Just kept carrying and carrying for home run number 2 for Alexei. There's Gordon Beckham. Beckham sat in Game 1. He's in there for Game 2. Single by LaRoche, the homer by Ramirez, 2-0 White Sox. Hit hard, knocked down by Cozart from his knees. He got him. Great play by Cozart. A shot off the bat of Beckham, but Cozart turns it into a 6-3.
Well, this is the kind of play the White Sox fans are used to seeing their shortstop, Alexei Ramirez, make on a semi-regular basis. He's got great range, great arm, but I don't need better than what the Reds have out there at shortstop. Great job by Cozart to get an out. And, you know, after giving up a home run, you know, the last thing you want is the next guy to, you know, get on base with a base hit and then all of a sudden feel like the floodgates are beginning to open.
Well, either one of these shortstops in tonight's game could have won a Gold Glove last year. Neither one did, but they're both Gold Glove caliber.
I was just looking it up about Ramirez, George. When the White Sox came to Great American Ballpark in 2009, they swept the Reds 3 games in a row. But in that second game, Alexei Ramirez hit a home run and drove in 4. So I don't know what he has against the Reds, but he needs to get over it.
Whatever it is, take it away. Fly ball out, 2-0 White Sox.
You were talking about the collegiate exploits of Carlos Rodón, the starting pitcher for the White Sox here in Game 2. Check out the 2012 USA Baseball Collegiate National Team. Rodón has a tie, obviously, with Michael Lorenzen of the Reds. On that team, not only Lorenzen and Rodón, but Chris Bryant, who hit his first Major League home run today. Quite the trio on Team USA a few years back.
You're right, JD, and of that group, of course, Lorenzen was a finalist for the Golden Spikes Award, and Chris Bryant eventually won it. And they've kept their friendship alive for so many years, thanks to their association with USA Baseball. Before the game today, Gordon Beckham, when I talked to him, Paul Seiler's the president of USA Baseball, and the first thing he said, how's Paul Seiler doing? He's been there for a career, and he's herded so many young players into Major League Baseball. Great to see Chris Bryant doing so well, too. Great to see him up in the major leagues. There's Tucker Barnhart hitting in the 8th spot, Cozart behind him.
Yeah, George, you look at the trio that you just saw there, and there's no wonder why there has been a major shift among major league teams to begin, especially when you have top round opportunities to pick. A lot of them are picking college players now. I mean, the guesswork is almost completely eliminated. When you see a guy like Rodon pitching for NC State, and he's throwing 96 miles an hour with that slider, I mean, this guy has first rounder just written all over him. I mean, it's a lot easier to project him now than when he was a high school senior. Now, he did get drafted as a high school senior, but he wasn't a first-round pick.
You know, the other part of it, Chris, the one thing that if you play for the U.S. national team where you have pitching coaches like Marcel Latchman, hitting coaches like Rick Eckstein, David Eckstein's brother, you know, men with major league experience, you begin to see not just their abilities as players, but their makeup. So, I mean, one call to, you know, an Eddie Lynch, the former general manager, a friend of yours and a friend of mine who's very high on our list of selecting players for the WBC. You make a few phone calls and you begin to see, how about this kid Rodon? How about this kid Lorenzen? Yep. What kind of kids are they? And you get a real complete view. There's a bloop into right over his Bonifacio, can't get it, and that'll be a base hit for Cozart. So Zach's strong hitting in the early going continues with a base hit.
I thought it was really an interesting move to see Cozart, as well as he's been hitting the ball, move down the number 9 spot in the lineup. And I'm thinking maybe Brian Price is trying to, you know, get him down there for a reason, because the closer he bats to Marlon Byrd and Joey Votto, you're batting, you know, those are the two guys who can be run producers with guys on base.
One out, one on, and here's Hamilton, who walked on a 3-2 pitch first time up. Boy, big hole on the right side holding the runner on. A bunt to the right side here is almost a sure base hit for Hamilton.
Well, and Hamilton has shown that particular bunt, which is the push bunt from a right-hander. Just kind of dribble it up this way. The key would be trying to get it past the pitcher.
The Reds hit and ran twice in the first game. They tried it in inning number 1 of the second game, and it backfired with the pop-up and the double play. So, unable to score early in game 1. Brian Price rolled the dice, and it worked. The Reds played small ball and ended up with an early 3-0 lead. 1 ball, 1 strike. That's wide, and it's 3-1. Soto trying to pump up his young pitcher. 2-1, 2 balls, 1 strike.
I'm not so sure that you need a lot of pumping up in your major league debut as a starter. Probably, if anything, you need somebody to kind of calm you down a little bit.
How about your first game pitched at home in Cincinnati as a visitor?
I think I did really well for about 5 innings, and then the roof caved in. I do remember it was against Tom Seaver.
Enough said.
And I wasn't the only nervous guy in the house. I think my dad was nibbled on his fingernails too.
A lot of great moments with Dan in the stands, huh?
Nothing like it.
And we honor our moms tomorrow too.
Exactly. Your moms were the ones who were driving you to practice when your dad wasn't around.
Yep. Bonifacio won't get this. Slipping and falling, though, is Cozart. He gets up and just does get the second. They wet the field down in between games of the doubleheader, and there's a wet spot right about where Cozart tried to turn on the gas and go to second. He fell flat on his face, got up, and still got the second.
Well, he had to hold because he wasn't sure whether this ball was going to be caught or not. In fact, it was a really pretty good decoy, if that's what it was, by Bonifacio, the second baseman. Cozart actually is going back to the bag, and that's when he slips, has his feet go out from underneath him.
So once again, as in the first, the Reds have 2 on. First, it was 2 walks. Here in the third, it's 2 base hits. So with 1 out, 2 on. And here comes Marlon Byrd.
Yeah, they've got the 2 guys coming up who you think could do the most damage.
Byrd walked on a 3-2 pitch in the first inning. The Reds have pushed the running game in game 1 of this series with the right-handed batter up, playing off first base is the first baseman LaRoche. Bonifacio trying to keep Cozart as close as he can, and as we talked about in game 1, talking to Vince Coleman, he said, how do you increase your stolen base numbers? Steal third more often. If they can get a break, don't be surprised. That's a strike, says Bill Welke. 1 ball, 1 strike.
How did he catch that, and how did he get out of the way of that? Each guy is asking himself this different question.
Soto saves runners at second and third right here. I'm not sure Marlon knows how he avoided that. Two balls, 1 strike. Down and in, 3-1. Votto, who struck out in the first, is on deck. Catch up to that at 96, and we'll go full once again, 3-2. First 2 batters he faced in the game, he went full on, and for the second time he goes full count to Byrd. Would you throw on 3-1? Do you throw on 3-2? And he will walk Byrd for the second time. That's his 3rd free pass. And here comes Joey with the bases loaded.
Well, you know, the one thing about facing Carlos Rodon right now at this stage in his career is that his changeup is still a work in progress. In fact, it's not to the point yet that he's used it in this ball game. So he's essentially a 2-pitch pitcher, which is a great definition for a reliever, but not so much for a starter. Although both of his pitches that he has are plus pitches.
There's Joey, struck out in inning number 1. That's wide for a ball. Just like the Reds are looking for that extra starter, especially with Homer Bailey down, the White Sox are in the same boat, trying to bring young pitchers up to fill that void. That misses inside, 2-0, and out goes Soto to talk to his young left-hander. Giovanni made a name for himself. In fact, besting Joey Votto for Rookie of the Year honors in his first year as a Chicago Cub. Now he finds himself in the other side of town with the White Sox. Here in the third, Jack Cozart with 1 out single. Billy Hamilton also single to right. Byrd has walked to load the bases for Votto. Stretch. Tries to hold on it, can't, and it's 2-1. Numbers that when Joey's healthy are pretty similar. Here's his big swing, 2-2. And now in run scoring situation, just see him choke up a little bit. Change his approach against this young lefty.
Might want to dial it up a notch.
That's a line shot into the left field corner. 1 run scores. Rounding third, coming to the plate is Hamilton, and Votto delivers again. 2 runs batted in, and the Reds have tied this one up at 2-2. And out comes Don Cooper to talk to his left-hander.
You know, when you're a full effort pitcher like Carlos Rodon is right now, he's just trying to throw a strike. And he gets his pitch on the outer part of the plate, which is a lot easier to put the fat part of the bat on if you're willing to go to left field. No one's willing to go to left field as much as Joey Votto is. He loves the ball out there, and even though that fastball was above 95 miles an hour, he was able to put a good swing on and a line drive to left.
Didn't catch up to the first one. Boy, he caught up to the second one. A shot into the corner. And this game's brand new at 2-2. Here comes Frazier with Bird running and 1 out in the first. His pop-up caught by the first baseman, and they doubled up Marlin at first to end the inning with Hamilton sitting on third. Tied in with 10 home runs, start to play today, tied with Bryce Harper for the league lead. Had a couple of hits in the first game of the doubleheader. Stands him up with a fastball, 0-2. He waves at it. Second out of the inning. Frazier's retired. Strikeout number 4 in the early going for Rodon. And here comes Phillips.
Second baseman, Brandon Phillips.
You see that slider for the first time, Chris. It's a wake up.
You know, I'm not so sure that seeing it 5 or 6 times is going to make you any better at trying to hit it, because you've got a fastball to back it up with. You've got to start your swing early. And that's what makes you susceptible to the off-speed stuff.
Brandon, fly ball to right his first time up. Runners at first and second. There's a ground ball down to short. They'll flip it to second for the final out of the inning, but the Reds cash it in. Single by Cozart, single by Hamilton, a walk, and Joey Votto delivers 2. We're tied at 2. ballpark as part of Super Saturday's. First 25,000 fans in attendance will receive a Johnny Bench Stars of the Queen City bobblehead presented by John Morrell. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS. Visit select Kroger locations or reds.com/tickets. Tied at 2 as we head to the bottom of inning number 3. Emilio Bonifacio will lead it off. Solid utility player, can play the infield, play the outfield. Good speed, hitting in the 9th spot here. Eaton and Cabrera will follow. Rocket shot down to the second baseman Phillips, who takes care of it. 1 away.
George, we ought to congratulate one of our favorite all-time Reds player, Jeff Shaw. His son Travis promoted to the major leagues with the Boston Red Sox, and a Kent State University player that was born and raised in Washington Courthouse. A great family, the Shaws. We just I couldn't be happier for Jeff and the whole family.
And Travis really has made his mom and his dad so proud. I was fortunate to do the AAA championship game last September, and Travis had a big game for Pawtucket, the AAA team of the Red Sox, including a home run. And Chris, we knew it in the early going. We thought he'd probably be a better basketball player than a baseball player. He's good at both, but the apple doesn't fall far from the trees. His dad was always one of our favorites, and Travis is right there. Man, he got big.
6'4".
Yeah, and he's filled out too.
225. See what happens when you don't see him for about a dozen years.
I know. 2 balls, 1 strike. Eaton showing bunt, and it's 2-2. Frazier right on it, though. He inched in before the pitch, and he was 2 steps onto the grass.
Yeah, that was definitely kind of a push bunt for Eaton right there. I got a great bunting lesson before the game today from Vince Coleman, and well, he explained it in a way that I really hadn't heard it explained before, and made so much sense. So he lives in San Diego, Coleman does. If he happens to be in San Diego when the Reds go out there, I'm going to grab him and make him do a tech talk with me on that.
What a great personality. That's ball 4. First walk issued by Marquis. 1 out, 1 on. And more than anything, he's known Kenny Williams for a long time, and he knows a lot of guys on this staff, including Robin Ventura. And he's in town when he comes in town to help Adam Eaton be the best base stealer he could be. And before the series yesterday, he was giving Adam Eaton a pep talk on who's going to be the best stealer in this series. Is it going to be you, or is it going to be Billy Hamilton? Comes from a long line of outstanding base stealers that started. Yes, you have great speed, you need that, but he was such a student of the game. A little bigger lead for Eaton. There he goes, and that's bounced past Frazier into left, a base hit. Well, walk and a base hit, first and second.
Pretty slick hitting right there by Melky Cabrera. Was told by a number of the White Sox people around. It said this guy right now is the most dangerous of all the hitters. Very versatile at the plate, a switch hitter, and he just takes that ball and goes the other way, sees that big area on left side of the infield wide open, and that's what he was aiming for. So now you got a couple of thumpers coming up.
Abreu popped to short first time up, homered in game number 1, his 6th homer of the year. From the stretch, Marquis first and second, 1 out. Reds double play depth in the infield. They pull Votto way away from the bag, stretching that infield defense to block the hole on the right side, and down at first, Cabrera is getting a huge lead. Don't be surprised if you see the Reds try to pick his pocket. Barnhart comfortable throwing behind a runner down at first.
Well, if Adam Eaton is heads up on that, he would take off the third, and the runner at first would just run to second base rather than try to go back to the bag. And the way they're trying to pitch Abreu inside, there's no way that he's going to hit it over to the right side anyhow.
2 balls, 1 strike.
You know, quite frankly, I'm even a little surprised that Abreu is in the ballgame. You know, he took that line drive off the ankle bone when he faced Johnny Cueto. It was in the first inning of last game, and they hobbled around for a long time before he finally popped the ball out on a long at bat. But now he's wearing a little.
He's wearing that protection this time, which he wasn't wearing before. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That's drilled down the left field line, curving. It will go foul.
See why they want to pitch him in?
Great strength, great plate coverage, and an uncanny knack for this game of baseball. See his numbers, over 300 last year, over 300 this year with runners in scoring position. He was a silver bat winner and the rookie of the year last year. Rookie of the year, yes, at 28 years of age after joining the club last season. Foul over the head of Joe McEwing in the third base coach's box.
This is what really impressed me about Abreu here in his first at bat of the day. I mean, he hung in there. Pitch after pitch after pitch. Cueto threw everything but the kitchen sink at him, and he was able to keep the at bat alive before he finally banged that ball off his foot. And I think that changed the whole at bat.
2-2 again. A 10-pitch at bat in that bat against Cueto, and 5 foul balls in that 10-pitch at bat. And this will be number 8 coming up in this confrontation. Phillips camped behind the bag, trying to keep the runner at second. Eaton as close as he can. Great speed at second in Adam Eaton. Cabrera inches off first. Full count to Jose Abreu. Hanging in there again. With both runners going with 1 out.
That's a good idea right here. Tucker Barnhart going out to ask Jason Marquis, all right, now, what do you want to throw right here? And now Brandon Phillips coming in saying, all right, I'd like to know what you're going to throw too, so I know which way to shade ahead of time, and I'll relay that to Zach Kozak. Or just Brandon to let him know that I'm holding the runner at second base in case you want to do something tricky.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. 9th pitch of the at bat. Runners going, bounce back over the bag. They'll have a play at first, and that's all. Both runners will advance. So second and third now with 2 outs.
And we see Brandon play and make plays going to his left all the time that he unbelievably you can't get there. Rarely do we ever see him an opportunity to have him field a ball on the shortstop side of second base. And that's an easy big arm going to first there.
And the great part of that too is if you watched, his eyes are on third base to see if Eaton was going to turn the bag. Had Eaton turned the bag, he might have just gone to third and tried to pick his pocket. As it turns, it's second and third, now 2 outs, and here's Adam LaRoche, single to right first time up.
These guys just missed each other coming up in the Atlanta Brave organization. Marquis moved on the year that Adam LaRoche came up, but they were teammates in Washington. And the other part of that is that they were managed by Jim Riggleman.
That's a strike on the inside corner. LaRoche in his career, coming into today, 11 for 38, 289, and 3 home runs against his counterpart on the mound, Jason Marquis. No balls, 2 strikes. Infield shifted to the right. Overshifted his Cozart to the second base side of the bag. You talk about the metrics and the analytics of the shifts. You know, in 2010 there were over 2,000 shifts. This past year there were over 14,000 shifts in Major League Baseball. A lot of that has to do with how you pitch, and they're pitching them in. Popped up. Cozart calling. Got it. Elstrand 2. Still tied at 2. We're heading to the 4th. Mesoraco will lead it off.
Rocco leads off this half inning for Cincinnati, and because he's had so few at bats this season, he's still using bats made from his home in Pennsylvania. That's right. Owns about 50 acres in hometown of Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, and his bat company, Marucci, told him, hey, you know, we get a lot of our wood from trees from that area, so they both kind of came up with the idea, let's cut down some trees on your property and we'll make you some bats. They made him about 10 bats from his land that he owns in Pennsylvania. Says he can't tell a difference at all between those and regular bats. But how cool is that? Batting with bats made from his home.
Hey, you're right, JD. You know, and part of it too is it's not just any tree. I mean, they check the wood, and it's got to be primo wood. And ironic and odd that Mesoraco had that good a status of wood on his land. But Chris, maybe they can make a couple golf clubs down there too. The old wooden ones. Would like that, wouldn't you?
Well, he broke one earlier, so he could take it home for Spirewood.
Make a lamp out of it. Swing and a miss. Mesoraco bounced out first time, strikes out this time. That is strikeout number 5 for the young left-hander Carlos Rodon.
Well, if you're the White Sox and you see this kid's arm, you'd be hard-pressed to send him down to the minor leagues again and let him waste any innings pitching down there. The conundrum that you're in, and it's almost like what the Reds were in with Aroldis Chapman. You know, do you send him down and to complete the maturity of being a starter, to get him work on that third pitch? maybe changing speeds on his fastball a little bit, elevating the four-seamer, all the things that you have to do in the big leagues to be able to survive? Or do you stick him out in the bullpen and say, hey, we'd love to call on this guy, as a bridge to our closer, or put him in the mix?
Hey, you don't have to go as far as the White Sox. Look at the Reds. With the bullpen problems they've had, same decisions that Jocketty has to make. Do you call up your young players?
I don't think he's available.
No. That left arm would look nice, wouldn't it? But what do you do? I mean, do you call up some of those young arms if you continue to struggle in the bullpen? Or can you pick someone up? The difficulty is, and there's a swing and a miss. Bosch is retired. Strikeouts for the second time for him. That's 6 for Rodon. Chris, every manager's office I've been in, with the exception of one that I've talked to, they're all looking for the same thing. Just what the Reds need, everybody else needs too. A couple of bullpenners and a starter. It's the status of the game today. Here's Tucker. He struck out in the third. 4 of the 6 strikeouts have come in the bottom third of the Reds lineup in this game too. And there you see, maybe after nibbling, you take a look at what Soto does. He's not setting up on the corner. He's setting up in the middle of the plate with his glove in the middle of the plate. You got that kind of stuff?
Well, yeah. I mean, you don't want to complicate things when you got that big of an arm. You may be sitting at home wondering, all right, well, if Rodon was the third player chosen in the draft last year, who were the first and second? Well, the first went to the Houston Astros, Brady Aiken. As it turned out, he did not sign. That was the whole deal where they gave him a medical exam and they decided his elbow wasn't what it should be, and they took away some of the bonus offered and so on. As it turns out, Brady Aiken had Tommy John surgery this year, so they may have been right about that diagnosis. The next player was Tyler Kolek. He went to the Marlins, and he is in A-ball, and I believe that he was a high school player. Yep, he's from Shepherd, Texas. So the first college player was Rodon out of North Carolina State.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 96 in on the belt. And we'll go full again, 3-2. Soto telling him to shake off. 3-2. Dribbled to the right side. Bonifacio has it. And it's a 1-2-3. To the bottom of 4 we go. Still tied at 2. being brought to you by Meyer. By your local Ford dealer. Ford, go further. And by Cincinnati Children's, ranking 3rd in the country on the United States News and World Report's best children's hospital. The Windy City has gotten a lot colder since this afternoon. Game 1 started 65 degrees. Start of Game 2 temperature 47 degrees and dropping as the night progresses. Not often the Reds get to this side of the city. They stay at the same hotel in downtown Chicago on Michigan Avenue, closer to Wrigley Field, and it's a little longer drive down the Shore Drive here to the new Comiskey Park, the U.S. Cellular Field. Same site across the street from where the original Comiskey Park was, configured in a different way. You talk about moments and memories that do you have a special memory from here, Chris, that might ring a bell for you in your years coming here?
No, George, I only got the picture one time as a member of the Texas Rangers, and I just remember the old ballpark, the old Comiskey. If you tried to watch a game from the bullpen, you had a better chance of staying in your hotel room and watching the game because you couldn't see anything.
Yeah. Here's Garcia, who bounced to the fielder's choice. He bangs this one into left for a base hit. Avi Garcia with a leadoff hit. And that's the second time in 4 innings the White Sox have had the leadoff hitter on.
Well, they had having a barn burner of a game there in Milwaukee where the Cubs and the Brewers, Travis Wood and Kyle Loesch, they're both out of the ball game. Wood gave up 6 runs in 4 innings. Loesch gave up 4 in 5 innings. And Milwaukee is on top 11-4. So Cardinals are losing to the Pirates, and the Cubs are losing.
Pirates have gone ahead of St. Louis 7-5 in the 8th inning. Here's Ramirez, who homered with LaRoche aboard in the second to give the White Sox a 2-0 lead. His second homer of the day, second homer of the year, and 101st of his career. Marquis from the stretch. Runner not going. That's down low for a ball.
I know they probably covered it in the pregame show, George, but the news on Homer Bailey's surgery was positive by Dr. Tim Kremchek. And 12 to 14 months, something like that, or
12 to 14. And Matt
9
McGill.
to 12 months. I don't want to get it wrong. And knowing Homer, he'll be working hard enough to get back to
the runner. Here comes the throw, and they got him.
Money.
What a throw by Barnhart. It looked like he had a 3-step break and there was no chance, but Tucker's throw, a dandy right on the bag. Watch the footwork. Boom.
I mean, the throw had to be exactly where it was in order to get him, because the jump was big. Well, that is just perfect.
Great execution.
You know, it's interesting, too, because watching Tucker in spring training, he had a terrible spring, and no one really knew why. He was throwing the ball wild. It was curving on him, and whatever he did to get himself straightened out, he may have worked with Stefanski on that, too.
There's a rocket into the left field corner. Bird cuts it off. Ramirez going into second, and he'll be there with a 2-base hit. What a day for Alexei Ramirez. He had the best at bats in game 1 of this doubleheader with a single and a home run and a line drive out. And here a homer and a line drive double. Same spot.
Well, on the inner part of the plate, but I mean, even that was off the plate.
How important was that caught stealing now?
They want to pitch this guy down and away.
Runner in scoring position. Here's Gordon Beckham. Robbed of a hit on a nice play by Cozart, first time up. Now, Chris, the other thing you mentioned, Homer Bailey, of course, Matt McGill also underwent Tommy John surgery, and Walt Jocketty said both of them came through fine. And on the Homer Bailey surgery as well, the flexor mass that was operated on this past year was fine. There was no difficulty with that. That's a base hit in the left. That's going to get the go-ahead run in. Rounding first, holding there with a single as it's gotten in rapidly by Bird. But it's a run-scoring base hit for Gordon Beckham. And it's 3-2 White Sox. 3 straight hits here in the fourth.
Welcome back to Chicago, Gordon Beckham. He was the #1 draft pick for the White Sox in 2008. In fact, the White Sox chose one place after I think Yonder Alonso was chosen by the Cincinnati Reds, and he spent a little bit of the season last year with the Los Angeles Angels. Back here again.
His contract expired last year, traded at the end of the year, then as a free agent re-signed here. This White Sox team, Rick Hahn, the general manager, under the ownership of Jerry Reinsdorf, they spent $140 million on new players in the offseason, and then of course traded for Samardzija, picked up Eaton last year. It's been a complete makeover and a lot of money spent. Broken bat into left. That's a base hit. Beckham stops at second. Well, nobody out here in the fourth. A single, a double, a single. Now the one out here in the fourth on the caught stealing, but no one has been retired by Marquee. A single, a double, a single, and another single, and out comes Jeff Pico.
Well, they've got high hopes for this White Sox team. Last year, they finished 17 games back. They were in 4th place. In 2013, they were in 5th place, 30 games back. They only won 63 games that year. They missed losing 100 by 1. 2012 was the first year for Ventura, and they were 3 games back and came in 2nd place. But with all the money that they have spent, and the free agents that they have brought in, they feel that this is the year that they ought to be right there competing with the Tigers and the Royals, and of course the Indians.
First and second, one out, double play depth for the Reds infield for Bonifacio. Tough to double up, speedy left-handed swinger in this at bat. Kansas City back in first place after beating the Tigers today. Detroit beat them last night. Half game separates the two, and the White Sox 7 games back at this moment. Center field, here comes Billy. Will he get there? He will. Runner tagging, going nowhere. Down at first, falling down, but not getting up and going back to first is Soto.
Soto is pointing to the same spot where Zach Cozart had his feet out to go out from underneath him here. That's Beckham. And then Soto to the right of your screen right there puts the brakes on and falls down. He must have put a little quicksand in there while we weren't looking.
Slipped on the ice. Second out of the inning, still 2 on. And back to the top of the order, Adam Eaton. Eaton flied to left and walked. Back to your point, Chris, you know, expectations are fine if you're 16, 17 games out. When you spend $140 million, there's a whole lot more pressure on this club, huh?
Well, spending a lot of money is nothing new for this ball club. In fact, the one constant here over the last 16 years now has been Ken Williams. That's when he first got the job as a general manager, got promoted from within the organization. He's now one of the senior vice presidents, or maybe even the president of baseball operations. But in that period of time, they've had 3 playoff appearances, and of course they did win the World Series in 2005. That's a long time between playoff appearances and a whole bunch of money. I mean, the Reds are on their 4th general manager over that period of time. So Mr. Reinsdorf has a lot of patience.
He has been loyal. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Eaton. Hopped up. Is there going to be room? Barnhart tosses the mask away. Got it. 4 hits in the inning. They only get 1 run out of it. White Sox lead 3-2. Here comes the Reds.
Instant analysis and live look-ins from around the league. MLB Whip Around is weeknights at 7 Eastern, right on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. I'm Jim Day. Jason Marquis prefers the National League game. He's one of those hitters that likes to hit. Throughout his career, he's been a very effective hitter. He says that when he's in a situation like tonight in which there's a designated hitter and he's not hitting, for instance, right now the 9 spot is up, Zach Cozart. He says he will go underneath, go into the cage, and swing like he's taking an at-bat just to keep his rhythm. Really the first pitcher I've ever heard talk about that. Very unusual, George.
Yes, you got to like the veteran at 36 years of age, and you got to like a guy that doesn't like the DH too, Chris. And there's been renewed talk about it, of course, with the injuries to pitchers this year again. But it's a different game, and I like the game the way it was meant to be played.
Well, over 14 years in the major leagues, Marquis has only spent part of 1 season in the American League. And that was in 2012 with the Minnesota Twins. Right before he had arm surgery, I think, later on that year.
And he's a good hitting pitcher, like Mike Lee. And at home or when the Reds, or even during spring training, it's not odd to see Mike Leake and Jason Marquis grab bats and head to the batting cage when they had extra time. Silver bat swing for Jason Marquis. Here's Cozart hitting in the 9th spot. Singled in the 3rd. In the 3rd with 1 out, Cozart singled. Hamilton followed with a single. Bird walked, and then Votto delivered a bases-loaded base hit to left field to tie the game at 2. Those are the 2 runs that the Reds have. Billy's on deck. Did pretty good to center. Eaton going back, warning track, looking up, got it. Good break, good legs, runs it down for an out. Cozart continues his good swings.
I'll tell you, Zach Cozart looks so good at the plate right now. I mean, there's no wasted movement. His head is staying perfectly still, and he's behind the baseball when he makes contact instead of like leaning out there like we saw so many times last year where he loses power. That took a nice play by Eaton to be able to run that baby down.
So 1 away, and here's Hamilton. Billy walked, stole a base in the 1st, singled in the 3rd.
I guess the White Sox don't feel that he's going to drop a bunt down at all because Adam LaRoche is playing a fairly deep first base. Almost like a left-handed hitter's up there.
Take what the defense gives you, huh?
Well, I mean, if you're confident enough to do that, I know that the Reds would like to have Billy include the bunt as part of his game plan.
I'd love to get Bird or Votto up to the plate with him on deck.
It was interesting in talking to Vince Coleman before the game, George. He told me that when he was with the Cardinals, that their game plan for him was that he would attempt to bunt once a game. Not just one pitch a game, but one at bat per game. And if he fouled it off, they didn't necessarily have to go back to it. But, that was the way they played back in those days when they had all those quick players. Willie McGee and Tommy Herr. It seems like every time you turned around, they were dropping a bunt down somewhere and beating it out.
2 balls, 2 strikes. An evolutionary process for this switch hitter. The more he gets on, the more valuable a weapon, obviously. I mean, if you look at the raw numbers, you say, what's he hitting? But look at the inside the numbers. He's walking more this year. He's making better contact this year. It doesn't happen overnight. Nubbed behind the second base bag. Ramirez in the dirt, but snared by LaRoche. Good, solid defense from the first baseman.
He's slick down there. There's no question about it. Owner of 1 Gold Glove a couple of years ago. Ramirez knows he's got to get rid of it quickly, and nice little scoop.
The White Sox are not a great defensive team, but with LaRoche there at first, they're a much better defensive infield.
Well, they're pretty good up the middle, especially with Alexi Ramirez and Adam Eaton.
And they've got 3 of the better arms in the American League, or for that matter in baseball, in the outfield. Gold Glove caliber at short and a Gold Glove caliber center fielder. Whether he hits or not, Eaton is solid defensively. There's Marlin walked twice, both on 3-2 pitches.
If they didn't give him the extension that they gave him after last year for him to be good defense. A-ball is filled with good defensive outfielders.
Pop back and out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Six strikeouts, and that pitch count that's now at 88 here in the 5th inning for the young left-hander. Yes, missing inside, 2-2. Those are the overall season numbers against lefties and righties, and for Marlin, the lefties has gone up dramatically in the last 2 weeks. Swing and a miss, he got him. That's 7 strikeouts for the lightning armed left-hander. 3-2, White Sox have the lead to the bottom of 5. years. Watch every out-of-market game live or on demand in true HD on over 400 mobile and connected devices. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. There's Melky Cabrera hitting in the number 2 spot, 1 for 2. He singled in the third. The 1-strike delivery popped up in foul territory. Frazier has it, 1 away. For a lot of the Reds, of course, Chris, the veteran players like Marquis has been here before, but many of them, like Todd Frazier, have come to Chicago, but never to this new Comiskey Park, Cellular Field. So it's a unique experience for so many of the young players. You've heard a lot about it wherever you go, and it's great. That's off the end of the bat. Can Phillips get there? Bare hand flip. Yes, he does. And that's an easy way to get Abreu. Jose Abreu retired. He's 0 for 3. Hey, just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. That's the first time we got him out on one pitch today.
Jason Marquis could really use a nice quick inning. He had a 1-2-3 first. He faced 5 batters in the third, but other than that, he's really worked hard. The White Sox have had 7 hits off him in the first 4 innings. It looks like he's settling down just a little bit here.
Roche has 1 of those hits, 1 for 2, a single to right. Only 4th pitch of the inning as he faces Adam with Garcia on deck. How about this? A 5-pitch inning. Marquis will take it, so will the Reds. They trail by 1. Here come the big guys, Votto, Frazier, and Phillips. The Holy Grail, your chance to answer Reds trivia with prizes and be part of Reds Live. The fun gets started Friday night at 6 at the Holy Grail. Come on down, join Mo and the gang for that one. Action in the bullpen. Patricia up and loosening Rodon. Will go to work here in the 6th inning facing Votto, Frazier, and Phillips. He's retired the last 8. So far 7 strikeouts on the night. The one dent in the armor was Joey Votto's bases loaded single to left in the 3rd that knocked in the 2 runs the Reds had. And there's the buckling slider for strike 1. Down and away. Votto struck out first time up, and then drilled a fastball down and away into the left field corner for a single to tie the game at 2. Sat out game 1 of the doubleheader, serving that 1-game suspension. Frazier will follow, and then Phillips. Line to left, sinking. That's a base hit. Cabrera will cut it off. Otto takes a big turn. He's going to try for two. Here comes the throw, and he's going to be nailed. Solid play by Cabrera. We talked about it. And Ramirez at short turns around and applauds him and bows to him. Cabrera, Eaton, Garcia, outstanding defensively.
This comes under the category of forcing the opposition to make a really good play. I mean, it wasn't like Cabrera went over there and even anticipated Joey Votto doing that. Votto never slowed up. And if that ball's not on the money, Votto's got himself a double. I don't mind that play at all.
The Reds have been aggressive against the White Sox in these two games, and it's paid off most of the time. That time it didn't. Joey retired, one away.
We're seeing more head first slides out of Joey this year.
Perfect throw. That's what it took, and that's what Cabrera gave Bonifacio. One away. Here's Frazier. Popped up with Bird running from first in the first inning. It turned into a double play. And struck out second time up. We've had two outfield assists in this game. One from Garcia in this day in game number 1. He leads the American League with 6 outfield assists. In fact, all told, including the one right there from Cabrera, that's 9 outfield assists for this White Sox outfield. That's pretty good this early in the season. Tied for second in Major League Baseball.
Well, you know, you wonder, George, it is early in the year for that many outfield assists. Maybe teams are taking more chances because home runs are down, scoring is down overall, and you got to think, hey, we got to make something up somewhere.
8 strikeouts for the lefty. Frazier strikes out for the second time. Here comes Brandon Phillips.
I'm watching this kid pitch, and I can't believe he wasn't the first kid taken in the draft last year.
I think there were a few people surprised.
If you're sitting around a draft table, you're thinking, all right, we can take a high school kid, you know, with a great ceiling, or we can take a polished junior college player. And if you take a high school kid, he's going to spend at least 3 years, probably more, in your minor league system before you get to bring him up to the major leagues. And the White Sox probably thought, if all goes well, we can have this kid in less than a year. He hadn't even been a year yet since he was drafted.
Electricity in that left arm.
I mean, just think that if instead of being in the amateur draft, he came from the Dominican Republic, where you don't go through the draft. You can sign as a free agent. What kind of signing bonus are you talking about now? Which is why a lot of people around baseball want an international
worldwide draft, which
yeah.
will come at some point in time. You know that's going to be
and
one
it probably
of the,
should to even the table out.
That certainly will be one of the key issues in this next
Boy, this young man
negotiation.
This is a good-looking delivery. I mean, watch how still he keeps his head. His arm slot is very much in the same spot every time. And now that he's calmed down a little bit after the first couple of innings, he looks a lot more confident.
We're getting a look at him tonight. Tomorrow we'll get a look at Michael Lorenzen for the Reds against John Danks. Same story. A guy who has intellect and baseball intelligence. In fact, the role that this young man served earlier was out of the bullpen, similar to what Lorenzen served at Cal State Fullerton, out of the bullpen, and he was an everyday player. That's ball 4. The Reds get a base run. So 2 out, a runner on, and here comes Mesoraco.
It's a motion that's repeatable. Look, reminds me a little bit of John Lester, actually. I mean, that a little firm. Maybe he's too straight-legged there on him as he lands on his left leg, but I mean, there's not a whole lot you need to do to that delivery. Just get him some major league pitching time, and as you do, you work in a little bit of a changeup. I mean, there's a difference between him and John Danks right there. Danks is throwing 87, and Rodon is throwing 97.
And very similar to what Brian Price did as the pitching coach here. Jeff Pico doing now. You try to bring young pitchers along. Here's a fly ball into left. This should end the inning. Cabrera there. He's got it. The Reds get 2 runners in the inning. 1 erased on the try for 2 and the walk to Phillips. They still trail by 1, 3-2. Through the 17th, thanks to Reach Savings Magazine. For only $48, you can get 4 tickets and 4 Reds hats. Cheer on your Reds and save. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com/4 for $48. In the dugout, some congratulations for the young left-hander, Chris. Looks like his day is done. And what a day it has been. 6 innings pitched, 4 hits. Couple of runs allowed, a total of 108 pitches. Now the Reds are so happy with their young pitching. Lorenzen, Iglesias, some of the youngsters that are coming up, and the White Sox feel the same way about this guy.
Well, they should. I mean, he is one of the best pitching prospects I've ever seen. I can tell you, he's way better than I thought that I would see tonight, to be honest with you, George. And I did look at some video, and I read all about him and did as much research as I could. And, you know, when he wiggled out of that jam,
a rocket in the left. That's going to leave the park. Garcia gets his 2nd hit of the game, and a home run that gives the White Sox a 4-2 lead. 2nd home run of the season for Avi Garcia. After a hit in the first game, he's got 2 hits in this game, 3 hits on the day.
Or just kind of a mistake pitch right there. That one of those sliders, it looks like it just kind of rolls right on up there. The old cement mixer.
So Garcia delivers in a leadoff shot, and here's a big swing by Ramirez. Fly ball into left, under it is Bird. He's got it for the first out of the inning. First time the Reds have retired Ramirez in the second game. He had a homer that made it 2-0 in the second, and a double that was part of the rally that made it 3-2 in the fourth. Rodon exits with 108 pitches. Jason Marquis here in the sixth, about to deliver his 79th pitch of the ball game. There's Beckham, robbed of a hit on a nice play by Cozart, and single to left to knock in the third run for the White Sox. Threads the needle for a strike. 2-1. Hope you join us tomorrow. Reds live at 1:30. The game will follow at 2 Cincinnati time. Michael Lorenzen will go for his second win against John Danks. And Chris, we talk about on this night the way Rodon has performed, and you can see the aptitude that Lorenzen has after watching him in spring training and watching him through these first starts. He's got presence.
Yeah, he does have presence. He's got self-confidence without being cocky. He listens. I know that he pulled aside a lot of veterans in spring training to talk to those guys, and he just is all ears. And that blessed with an arm that is quite a bit like that we saw tonight of Rondon's, where he could throw mid to upper 90s with a really nice breaking ball. I think the ceiling for Michael Lorenzen is very, very high.
2 balls, 2 strikes. That misses inside. Full count, 3-2.
And the more he can sit around and watch these games and really study what Johnny Cueto did today and what Jason Marquis is doing with what he has left. What Marquis is doing is very impressive.
It's down the left field line towards the corner, and that is gone.
So is what Beckham is doing.
He hooked it down the line. Home run for Beckham, and it's now 5-2 White Sox. Second homer of the season for the White Sox third baseman.
He went back to the well on that off-speed pitch maybe one too many times in this at bat. He threw a couple of really good ones, and the location of that pitch was not all that bad. But if you show it enough, it almost have to be in the exact spot for a hitter to miss it.
Three home runs on the night for the White Sox. One by Garcia, one by Ramirez, one by Beckham. This is the kind of power that the White Sox fans have been looking for. And in the last 4 games, the 7th home run that the White Sox have hit. So as they turn to the month of May, the power that they've been looking for may be showing up.
That was Carlos Villanueva down in Reds bullpen. Villarreal, excuse me.
Here's Soto. Flied out and single to left. 3 balls, 1 strike. Now to Frazier. Wide throw, but Votto keeps the foot on the bag. There's your second out. They don't forget, after tonight's game and every Reds game on Fox Sports Ohio, make sure you stick around for Reds Live, brought to you by Performance Kings Honda, for a complete recap of the game, highlights, interviews, and a whole lot more. Sitting back in the studio. It's been a long day for the guys back there. Ron Millenor, Jeff Pecoro, Brian Giesenslaw. They'll be filling you in on what's happening in the world of baseball and recap this long day of baseball. 3.5 hours in game 1, and here we are in game 2. Reds, if you joined us late, won game 1 10-4. Johnny Cueto gets the win. And great to have you with us here at U.S. Cellular Field, the new Comiskey Park. Josh Hall, our producer, Roy Alfers, our director. Matt Sigafus dialing up some highlights for you, and Jim Miller giving you the graphic picture of these 2 days. 1 day of rain yesterday that led to a doubleheader today. And you'll be with us tomorrow. Michael Lorenzi against John Danks in the final of the series, and then the Reds head home to take on the Braves for 3 after the 10-game road trip. It's been a challenging first 5 to 6 weeks of the season, Chris, with the 22 straight against the Central and then 2 10-game road trips. The Reds, no, they're not well over 500, but to be around the 500 mark, I think is an accomplishment worth noting when you realize you didn't have Bailey and the loss of Mesoraco.
Yeah, you can look at it that way, George, but you can also look at it as some games that got away. And I think that's probably the way that Brian Price and Jay Bell and Walt Jocketty and everybody else in the organization are looking at things and saying, you know, there were some games in that month of April that simply got away from the Reds. That they could easily have won 4 more games than they have right now, and that would put them in a little bit better position. You know, the downside is that you've had some major injuries. I mean, you know, the shock of losing Homer Bailey for the entire year, that's not easy to swallow, nor is the prospect of perhaps losing Devin Mesoraco for an undetermined amount of time. We really don't know what the story is on him yet. And that's what did the Reds in last year with those injuries that you don't plan on. And there's no way to really prepare for him except have as deep a operation as possible.
Bonifacio, 3 balls and 2 strikes. He's 0 for 2, fly ball out and a ground out. Bounce back towards the middle. That's a base hit. He's going to try for 2. Now he slams on the brakes, heads back to first. They got a shot at him, but he just gets back. Good reaction from Billy Hamilton, but Bonifacio, who again slipped on that dirt, and he's pointing towards it too. Just did get back. And here comes Brian Price. That'll be it for Jason Marquis with 2 outs and a runner on and a 5-2 count here in the 6th inning. So Marquis gives up the 2 homers here in the 6th. That opened up a 3-2 ball game. He'll exit. And while the pitching change takes place, we'll take time out for these messages. Time for our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio.
Retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
George Grant, Chris Welch, Jim Day here at U.S. Cellular Field. The White Sox with a couple of home runs off Jason Marquis here in the 6th have taken a 5-2 lead. And if you joined us late with the doubleheader today, the Reds allowed to add an extra player. Pedro Villarreal called up. He gets the call here in his last outing, April the 15th at Chicago against the Cubs. Couple innings, 1 hit. Trying to keep it right where it is, Chris.
You know, he's a guy that is a survivor. Villarreal is. He's been up and down the last few years. Did he just drill him right in the back with that?
They got him in the hip, right in the side of the hip.
I don't think Joey put a glove on that ball.
If you weren't with us for game 1, the starting pitcher Hector Noesi for the. There goes Bonifacio. Here comes the throw. They got a shot at him, and they got him. Trying to pick the pocket after they try to pick him off. Villarreal never actually faces the batter. Bonifacio retired, but the White Sox get 2 homers, lead at 5-2. We're heading to the 7th. Playoffs roll on as the Warriors look to take a lead over the Grizzlies. Take Fox Sports Live tonight on Fox Sports Ohio, following Reds Live or over Fox Sports 1. 27,980 at U.S. Cellular Field for this doubleheader today. The White Sox lead it by a score of 5-2. New pitcher Jake Petrichka will take over for the second time today. He comes into the ball game. He pitched in game number 1. This is his 9th appearance of the season. Bottom of the order, Brendan Bosch will lead it off. Bosch struck out twice against Carlos Rodon.
Well, Bosch probably happy that Carlos Rodon is no longer in the ball game. It's a tough way to get a start just every once in a while, and you come out and face a left-hander who he has not faced too many left-handers this year. Bosch hasn't. Not only is he a left-hander, he's throwing 97 with a hammer.
In his career, he has faced this White Sox team more than most anybody else in the lineup for the Reds. It's a hopper behind second. Ramirez has it. And there's out number 1 of the 7th inning. That'll bring up Tucker Barnhart, the Reds catcher. Game number 1, if you joined us late, 3 hours, 33 minutes worth of baseball. The Reds won at 10-4. Johnny Cueto evened his record at 3-3. Pitched brilliantly for 8 innings and gave up 3 runs in the 9th, trying for a complete game. He eventually left after 8 1/3. for the Reds. The hitting star Skip Schumacher had 3 hits, including a run-scoring double that got the Reds rolling in the 6th inning. Reds got 2 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th, and then added 7 in the 9th inning, including a 3-run home run from Marlon Byrd, who had 2 hits in game number 1. That's a looper into left. That'll drop for a hit. So Barnhart on base with 1 out here in the 7th, and that'll bring up Zach Cozart.
Boy, anything that Tucker does offensively tonight is icing on the cake, because the game that he has had behind the plate, catching Marquee, working with him, and then throwing out those 2 runners that he has at second base. I mean, he has been excellent behind the dish.
Cozart singled to right and flied to center. His fly ball to center went to the warning track in left center field, and Eaton made a nice play to flag it down. Overall, the average now over 300 again at 306. If you look at the strong suit of this White Sox team after nearly 6 weeks of baseball, or 5 weeks plus, it comes in this bullpen. So the Reds' chore doesn't get easier after the nice start by the young left-hander. That's inside. 3-0. Base runners is what the Reds need, with the top of the order right around the corner. Hamilton on deck. There's ball 4. So 2 on, 1 out, and here's the top of the order, Billy Hamilton. Billy walked in the first, stole a base, and went to third on a pass ball, and was at third when the inning ended on a pop-up double play as they caught Bird off first base. Second time up, he singled to right. Third time up, robbed of a hit on a nice play by the shortstop Ramirez. Zach Duke, the left-hander, up and loosening, and the manager on his way out, Robin Ventura. Duke, the former Red, loosening with the big guys due up for the Reds. Bullpen coach Bobby Thigpen with him, giving him a little extra time to loosen so that he'd be ready for Votto if needed. Now he'll make the call. And the other thing you do is you turn Hamilton around to the right side. Much rather face him from the right side. So that'll be it for Petrichka. And while the pitching change takes place, we'll take time out for these messages. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio.
It takes only 3 chords, and he's got them all.
You and I could play that even.
Not like that. Is that Jim Day? No, he wouldn't be wearing a White Sox jersey.
Jay-Z, you're rocking down in that dugout.
I was doing a little head banging down here, but it was out of sight.
Well, we get to see a familiar face, Chris. Zach Dukin, who really had his career resurrected by the Reds in 2013. And he's had 2 solid years as a left-hander out of Milwaukee's bullpen and now with Chicago.
Well, they love him here, I'll tell you. And he gets exactly what they're looking for. How about that?
Wow. 1-pitch double play. The Reds base runners erased. Zach Duke gets the job done. Reds still trail 5-2.
Sunday, July 12th. Tickets are available online at allstargame.com. I'm Jim Day. Pedro Villarreal goes back to the mound for Cincinnati. I believe we talked about this earlier this season, but he struggled mightily in spring training. And Pedro hasn't been without his struggles at times in his career, but he struggled as badly as you could struggle in spring training. And everyone was wondering why. Well, it turns out at a game at Talking Stick, when he was coming into the game, he jammed his hand in the bullpen door. And such a tough guy that he not only continued to pitch throughout the spring, he pitched that day coming out of the bullpen. But the struggles were mighty, and it wasn't for a couple of weeks until Brian Price finally let us know, well, he's been struggling for good reason because he's been pitching through a very, very painful injury. But tough guy, and he's toughed it out and toughing out the cold tonight.
Trying to keep it right where it is, give the Reds a chance to come back. We're at the bottom of 7, top of the order. Adam Eaton due up. Forget, dial up those All-Star tickets as we head towards the All-Star game coming to Cincinnati. Here in Chicago, they're familiar with the All-Star encounters. The very first All-Star game in 1933 was held right across the street from here, the old Comiskey Park. Show and bunt. Did he offer at it? 3 balls, no strikes. Eaton flied to left, walked, and popped to the catcher. That's a strike on the outside corner. Eaton had 11 triples last year to lead the American League. Great speed, solid defender, struggling to get his offensive game going so far this year, and that misses for a ball, and he's on with a walk. Marquis went 5 2/3. Gave up the 10 hits and 5 runs. When he was in there, he walked Eaton once, and that was the lone free pass that he issued. Did not strike out a batter. Here's Cabrera, bounced out, single to left, and popped up. That's way high, and Barnhart will go out and talk to his right-hander. We've seen Tucker Barnhart, Chris, evolve in the last 3 years. When he first came up after the great tutelage of Corky Miller and Rick Sweet and Mike Stefanski, you knew he had talent. But he knows he belongs now, and he's taken charge.
That is the next step for him, George. There's no question he's made that step. He's always had terrific defensive ability. I mean, he won the Gold Glove as a catcher in all of minor league baseball a couple of years ago. I mean, not just in one level, but in all levels. And you just watch him behind the plate. I mean, he's confident the way he catches it. He holds it there for the umpire without making an obvious attempt at trying to frame. I doubt that there's a pitcher out there that watches him catch that doesn't say, wouldn't mind having him behind the plate.
Stolen base operator, a little bit bigger lead down at first. They almost, if he had thrown over, they had his pocket picked, and now they're calling a balk against Villarreal.
Yeah, you know what happened? I think that everybody yelled at once, and the first instinct for a pitcher to do is to jerk your body instead of stepping off. And watch him right here. They're going to yell. He's going to move. And you got to throw over there one motion. In fact, he didn't really step. He just kind of jumped and turned. So Brian Price is going to ask him to be at least explain it.
If he had stepped off, they had him dead to rights.
Well, absolutely. If you step off. And that's what you're trained to do. But the problem is you get in the middle of a game and your heart's going, your mind's going. All of a sudden, everybody starts screaming at one time. And usually it's, there he goes. And that gets you going.
There he went. You had the full look from the left side, though. So runner scoring position. That's a bouncer through, and that will get the run in. Here comes Eaton around third. He'll score an insurance run. Well, the running game helped the Reds in game number 1. And here it's helped the White Sox in game number 2.
Well, leadoff walks, they never really help you.
Cabrera delivers a base hit. That plates the 6th run for the White Sox at 6-2 Chicago. And here's Jose Abreu. Abreu popped up, grounded out, grounded out. Fastball misses inside for ball 1. Whipped foul into the seats on the left side. A ball and a strike. Scoreboard National League. Mets beat the Phillies 3-2. Pirates came back to beat the Cardinals 7-5. Milwaukee over the Cubs 12-4. Dodgers in Colorado just getting ready to get underway. Two and one. They're now in the eighth. San Diego leads Arizona 3-2, and Houston leads the Angels 6-4. That's a hit in the right. That'll drop for a base hit. Baden-Hop loosening in the bullpen for Cincinnati now, and out comes Jeff Pico. Miami leads San Francisco 3-1 in the fifth. Over in the American League, Seattle leads Oakland 3-0. They're now in the fifth inning in Seattle. Earlier, Baltimore beat the Yankees 6-2. Toronto over Boston 7-1. Earlier today, it was Kansas City coming back to beat the Tigers after Detroit won last night. And in that game this afternoon, Washington beat Atlanta the final 8-6. Here, 2 on, nobody out. Adam LaRoche at the plate. Single, popped up and grounded out. Center field. This will plate one. Rounding second, going to third will be Abreu. And it'll be first and third with still no one out in the inning.
Well, what a difference a game makes. In the first game, the White Sox were 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position. That hit by Adam LaRoche right here in the right center field makes the Sox 7 for 12 runners in scoring position this game.
They've cashed in here in game 2. And that'll bring Garcia back to the plate. 2 for 3, including his second home run of the year to left that made it 4-2 to lead off the 6th. Off the plate. Frazier will come to the plate, and they got him. Good reaction. Perfect throw by Frazier as Abreu was taking up the line, so his throw is perfect on the inside part of the bag, and nice tag by Barnhart. Good job all around as they get the lead runner.
You know, the interesting thing right there, George, and Abreu probably didn't even think of this, but there's no rule running from third to home like there is running from first or from home to first. You don't have to run in the runner's lane. So if Abreu wanted to bury just slightly, unintentionally, to cut off that throwing lane from the third baseman, he could have done that.
You establish your own running lane down to third, and your job is to get right smack dab in the view of the catcher. Frazier, good job throwing it on the inside part of the bag, and a nice job by Barnhart to slap the tag down. So they finally get an out, and they also keep the double play in order. And Ramirez comes to the plate. Alexi homered, doubled, and flied out. He's hit the ball hard 6 times in these 2 games, including 2 home runs. His first 2 of the year. And there's another base hit. It'll get over the outstretched effort of Cozart, and the bases will be loaded. Comes Brian Price out. Will be it for the right-hander Pedro Villarreal. So trying to keep it right where it was in a short deficit has changed dramatically. Baden-Happ on his way in. While the pitching change takes place, we'll take time out for these messages. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. Header, and the White Sox have piled up 14 hits and 7 runs so far in game number 2. They lead it 7-2. Villarreal's job was try to keep it where it was, and that's not happened here in this 7th inning. So it's Bert Baden-Happ's job to try to slam the door and give the Reds a chance to come back, Chris.
Sweeps are hard to come by.
Yep.
You know, 3 or 4 game sweeps. The Reds try to do that by trying to take that last game in Pittsburgh, unable to get it done. Doubleheaders are tough to sweep by any team.
Villarreal 4 hits allowed in the inning. And the walk. And the runners on base are his responsibility. Fly ball to right. Bosch is back. But the runner tagging in third will score easily, and Adam LaRoche crosses the plate with the 8th run of the night for the White Sox as Gordon Beckham picks up the run batted in with a sacrifice fly, and that'll bring Soto to the plate. That run charged to Villarreal. Soto tonight, flied out, singled, and grounded out. Breaking ball drops in there for a strike. Chris, it was the disco demo that produced the smoke at the old Comiskey Park. Tonight it's the fog hanging like a shroud here at the ballpark in inning number 7.
Disco demolition night. I thought that produced a forfeited game, didn't it?
Yep. Remember this, Chris?
Well, they were playing disco between innings here. They bring your disco records and we'll demolish them right on the field. But that wasn't enough for the people in the stands.
You were there. I see it. Down on the left. Right there. gets a bouncer foul down the third base line.
You just couldn't keep your shirt on that night, could you?
The head man of the grounds crew here, Roger Bossert, has been here for nearly 50 years. His dad and his granddad worked here and in Cleveland. He still has a picture of that in his office. And one day Robin Ventura walked in and said, "What's that?" And he had to tell him the whole story about the disco demolition. He said, "And you're keeping that picture?" He said, "Yeah, it's a day to remember at the old ballpark." Now, Roger's done an amazing job over the years. In fact, he knew the work that Doug Gallant did in Cincinnati. He said, "Boy, I hear Doug did a tremendous job in his years in Cincinnati," and he sure did. That's pop foul again. 50 years as a groundkeeper, man, that's amazing. The old Comiskey.
Gotta love dirt.
And love to grow grass. Bring them to your house, right? Now you don't have to worry about that anymore. You got somebody doing it for you. I don't have to come over and do your pool and do your lawn anymore. 2-2, right field. Can Brennan get there? He holds on. So they leave 2 on, but the White Sox tack 3 more on. It's 8-2 White Sox as we go to the 8th inning. Major League appearance, second start. Had a 7-1 win in Pittsburgh on Tuesday, earning his first Major League victory. The smile on his face, the electricity in his arm. Chris, we get to see him tomorrow against John Danks.
Really be interesting to watch Michael Lorenzen after he's had a chance to watch this doubleheader tonight. John Danks, left-hander, earned run average is up there. They owe him a lot of money over the next few years. His fastball not what it was. He's got some adjustments to make. So another matchup of young and old tomorrow.
Zach Duke, one pitch, got a double play ball when he came in the 7th inning. He goes to work here in the 8th. He's got Bird, followed by Votto, and then Frazier. Marlin, 2 walks and a strikeout. Stretched his hitting streak to 5 straight in game 1 of the doubleheader, with a base hit in the 5th inning and then a home run in the 9th inning, a 3-run shot. So he's sitting on 6 homers and now 17 knocked in. Fastball down and away. If you joined us late in this one, the White Sox took the lead in the 2nd inning. A single by LaRoche, a homer by Alexei Ramirez, who's had 3 more hits in this game after the first game where he picked up his first homer of the year. And another single. So 5 hits on the day for Alexei Ramirez. And a solid game at short as usual. The Reds came back in their half of the 3rd. A bases loaded single to left by Joey Votto on a 3-2 pitch tied the game at 2. White Sox then took a 3-2 lead on Gordon Beckham's base hit in the 4th inning. Made it 4-2 on a homer by Garcia, 5-2 on a homer by Beckham, and then opened it up with the 7th inning 3-run inning. There's a base runner. Bird walks for the 3rd time, and here comes Joey. Votto against Duke. He's 11 for 20 and a home run, 550 for his career against Zach. Waves at that for a strike. Duke came up in the Pittsburgh organization, was a starter early in his career, and then moved to the bullpen in Washington. And Chris, when the Reds got him in 2013, it looked like he was on his way out of the game. And I think that his stint in Cincinnati really turned his career around.
Well, I'm not so sure that was the only thing that turned it around, but I think it's if you're going to last as long as Zach Duke has lasted, you have to reinvent yourself, constantly changing, making sure. Because remember that he was a starter when he first came up. With the Pittsburgh Pirates, he started like almost 170 games. And then after he came with the Reds, by then he had already become a full-time reliever. Dropping his arm angle a little bit, more breaking balls. You know, one of those situational relievers where he would, you know, throw more games than innings pitched. So he may have, you know, 30 appearances and only 25 innings, something like that.
2-2 to Votto. He just flicks it away, foul ball.
Like in Milwaukee last year, he came in and he pitched in 74 ball games and he pitched only 58 innings.
Bird off first. Here's the 2-2. That's up and in. We'll go full, 3 balls, 2 strikes. That'll be out of play down the 3rd base line. You're Zach Duke and you're looking at, he didn't know the numbers are 550, but 11 out of 20, he knows it's not been good against Votto, and he's approached it differently, pitching him more inside in this at bat than he usually has. Where do you go 3-2? Fastball away.
Well, the hits that Votto has had tonight have been pitches that are away. Against Rondon, he had a fastball away for a base hit in the 3rd inning. Did the same thing in the 6th.
(3-2). Good hitters find a way to hang in there in an at bat, huh? Bray did it with that 10-pitch at bat earlier. Votto doing it here. Try it again, 3-2.
Votto is one of the best at that. He really is. Especially when you start feeding them breaking balls, where you can get a pretty good read on them.
Drill to right, sinking. It'll drop in front of the right fielder Garcia, and Joey has a base hit.
Boy, he has smoked the ball 3 times here after a first at-bat strikeout against Rodon. He has come right back and hit the ball extremely hard all night long.
3 for 4 for Votto, including 2 runs batted in. Good to have him back in the lineup. The big hits have come off the White Sox bats in this 2nd game, though. The Reds have 6 hits, all singles. The White Sox have the home runs from Ramirez, Garcia, and Beckham.
That swing by Votto, I mean, that is the definition of attacking the baseball.
And when he's right, that's what you look for him to do. He attacks.
He looks right to me.
Yep. Game's a lot more different when you're healthy. 2 on. Reds trying to mount a rally here. Here's Frazier. Bounce down to short. And they turn this into another double play. A pop-up double play in the first. And the second double play of game number 2 comes here in the 8th inning on that ground ball. And the fly ball double play earlier. So the 2 ground ball double plays and the fly ball double play. There's Brandon, but now a runner down to third is Bird. Phillips flied out, bounced into a fielder's choice and walked. Kicks away, but Bird going nowhere.
Brandon's trying to, I think, talk his way to first base, thinking that ball may have got him on top of the foot.
One and 2 to the Reds' second baseman, with Mesoraco on deck. Drops down and misses. 2-2. Of solid work. White Sox lead at 8-2. Two with the bases loaded, rifle to left that tied it at 2 in the 3rd inning. But from then on, it was White Sox big bats. Alexei Ramirez, his second home run of the day, 5th hit of the day, a homer. And the other part of the story was a home run by Beckham and a home run by Garcia. And you add it all up to 3 homers. The first time this year the White Sox have hit 3 home runs. And they've got an 8-2 lead. And while that's going on, Chris, we saw the young left-hander, Carlos Rodon, come out, throw 103 pitches with an electric left arm, gave the White Sox what they needed.
Pretty good starting debut.
8 runs, 14 hits for Chicago, 2 runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Reds. Over in left field is Christopher Negron for the Reds. And Emilio Bonifacio will lead it off here as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Bonifacio singled in the 6th and was caught stealing to end the inning. Rodon was in there. He struck out 8 in his 6 innings of work, and there's a strikeout of Bonifacio for Chris, the first strikeout for the Reds tonight.
Well, all the way it took to the 8th inning, the Reds finally get a strikeout and a nice little comeback fastball from Burke Badenhop.
There's Adam Eaton, flied out, walked, popped up, and then walked in the 7th. Went to second on a balk and scored on a base hit by Cabrera. Missed it in the first game, a game that the Reds won 10-4. Big offensive day for Skip Schumacher. He had 3 hits, including a run-scoring double and a base hit that knocked in a run. 2 runs batted in for the day. The Reds built up a 3-0 lead and then tacked on 7 in the 9th inning to give them a 10-4 victory. Johnny Cueto evened his record with a victory at 3-3. Pitched 8 strong innings of 1-run baseball and then gave up 3 in the 9th, trying to go for his complete game before Hoover came in to close things out for the final 2 outs in the 9th inning. And for those that missed this, Chris, your report card on Johnny Cueto in game 1.
Hey, excellent.
Fly ball left center, Negron there. Got it. Our Miller Time moment. Some impressive moments on this night. We talked about the offense. We talked about the pitching. But how about Tucker Barnhart? A couple of great throws, Chris.
Boy, I mean, talking about right on the money. Great footwork. This one on a pitch out again in time to get another runner at second base. Not only that, he's also knocked in or driven in a little base hit out there. Having a good night, Tucker is.
2 great throws from Barnhart. And here's Melky Cabrera. Cabrera bounced out, singled, popped up, and then knocked in the 6th run for the White Sox in the 7th inning. Badenhop got the last 2 outs of the 7th, trying to clean it up here in the 8th. Cozart in the dirt, but scooped by Votto. Nice play by Joey. So it's a clean 8th inning. A last roundup time for the Reds. We're heading to the 9th. Mesoraco will lead it off.
starter Carlos Rodon, and Marlon Byrd at the plate. Rodon, the left-hander, making his major league debut as a starter. 98 miles an hour to throw this one right by Marlon Byrd. Brought to you by Cholula Hot Sauce.
8 impressive strikeouts and 103 pitches for Carlos. And you talk about a bullpen that had him in it until the start today, but it's been one of the strong points of a White Sox team that has struggled in the early going, 10-15 coming in, but boy, the deep end of their bullpen has been outstanding. Rodon was part of it, and this guy is the end of it, Chris.
Oh, you're right, David Robertson. They finally have a closer here. They don't have to worry about closer by committee. Getting him a little bit of a tune-up in a game in which they lead by 6. Interesting note on the White Sox that they have not lost a home series yet this year. So having split the doubleheader, if it turns out the way it looks like it's going to tonight, Reds will have a chance to break that little record on their part.
Hey, you keep doing 2 out of 3, 2 out of 3, 2 out of 3. You'll end up fine at the end of the year. There's Devin Mesoraco. Bounced out, struck out, flied out in the designated hitter's role. And you know the story, still unable to catch. And the question is, will he be able to catch? Or will he continue as this DH player during the American League part of the season, which will go for 2 more series? Then, Chris, I guess you got to make a decision after that. If he does need surgery, do you do it now, or how do you handle it? It's a tough decision for Brian Price and Walt Jocketty, and you hope that he might be able to heal, might be able to get back behind the plate again, but it's a question mark right now.
I really don't know how it plays out in the long run. All I can tell you is that Devin Mesoraco is one of my favorite players, and great young man. And I love him because he's kind of a throwback kind of guy that's not afraid to get dirty. He just goes out and gets after it. And to see him potentially get injured like that, it's just a real shame.
Strike out. He strikes out for the second time. 0 for 4 is Mesoraco. And here's Brendan Bosch, the right fielder. And don't forget, get ready for all the action. 30 minutes before every game. Reds Live, brought to you by Ray St. Clair Roofing. You want pre-game info? We've got it for you. Don't forget, tomorrow before Michael Lorenzen's game, we'll bring you the complete pre-game story with Jeff Pecoro, Brian Giesenslaw, and they're standing by for post-game activity tonight too. Long day for the guys back in the studio back in Cincinnati, and they're by now, I'm sure they've had probably about 3 or 4 pizzas and a whole lot more. They're about ready to get the job done.
They'll be back at it tomorrow.
They're gamers. There's Brennan, struck out, grounded out. Talking to David Robertson right after the season ended and into late November. I mean, he thought almost assuredly he was going to end up back in New York as the Yankees closer. Didn't happen, winds up signing here, and it was a good move for the White Sox and a good move for him. And the Yankees haven't missed a beat either in their closer's role. Swing and a miss, 2-2. Mariano Rivera got to be tutored by John Wetland, and Rivera then tutored David, and boy, he learned well, didn't he?
You're right about that. Hey, speaking of closers, George.
Hit hard, smothered by the first baseman, Hiroshi.
In that game between the Cubs and the Milwaukee Brewers tonight, the Cubs featured a new guy out of the bullpen that we may know from the past, David Ross.
Whoa.
The catcher came in and pitched a 1-2-3 last inning. How about that?
Anybody could do it, Rossi could.
See, he learned a lot catching Bronson Arroyo.
That's right. Here's Tucker Barnhart. Tucker struck out, bounced out, and singled. And by the way, to put another cap on that comeback victory for the Washington Nationals today, another home run for Bryce Harper. So that's 6 home runs in the last 3 games. He now leads the league with 11 home runs. Amazing. A walk-off homer. What a week he had. 2 balls, no strikes. No one can teach the cutter that Mariano Rivera had, but if you watch the presence and you watch the approach of David Robertson, he reminds you a lot of the way Mariano set up and the way he conducts himself coming out of the bullpen. You talk about Lorenzen learning from everyone. Robertson just attached himself to Mariano. Asked a lot of questions, observed, and he's become a darn good closer in his own right. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Barnhart. Did he go? Yes, he did. And the Reds' night is ended in game number 2. A split of the doubleheader. Alexei Ramirez comes up with a big day. Couple of home runs. Outstanding defense. The White Sox take game number 2 after the Reds take game number 1. 8-2 is your final in game 2. 10-4 the final in game 1, won by the Reds. More to talk about after these messages on Fox Sports Ohio.